It had been a few days since the Kyuubi no Kitsune had attacked Kanahagakure no Sato. The Kyuubi had been sealed into a baby less than a few minutes old. This baby was a boy with shimmering blue eyes. Right now, he was on the council table surrounded by the Hokage, his 3 advisors, the representative of the 3 Sannin and the Shinobi Council. As he squirmed around, these groups of people looked at him with sadness, anger, and fear. The Sandaime Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed as he stood up. He looked around to see who was here. He said, "Hello everyone. I wish we were meeting on better terms. But it is good to see that you all are here. For that I am grateful. It is unfortunate that the Yondaime Hokage has passed on to the other side. As a result of the Yondaime not choosing a successor, I have been reinstated as the Hokage. Now Shikaku, report the damages that we know of so far." Shikaku had 2 scars on the right side of his face. He had dark hair tied up into a spiky ponytail, dark eyes as well as a goatee. He wore a meshed shirt underneath his flak jacket, a deerskin coat over that and handguards. He was the Jonin commander and the main representative for the Ninja Council. He sighed as he spoke, "Hokage-sama, we lost more than 1/3 of our ninja populace. The north sector was completely wiped out. This included our premier Jonins, the Umino family, and Yuhi family. The Umino's son Irika was able to escape with minor injuries. The Yuhi's daughter was on the south side of the war and only suffered minor injuries. The south side lost about half of their forces, including the Mitarashis. Kurenai Yuhi was able to save a 1 Anko Mitarashi from the battle. The west sector was evacuated safely with only 1 injury to a Kazashi Haruno, the husband to Deputy ANBU Commander Saya Haruno. The east sector was not hit. So, no injuries to report on the east sector. We are still receiving reports on the injured and MIA. It does not look good, Hokage-sama." Hiruzen just sighed. His mind started to move a mile a minute as he thought about the aftermath of this horrible event. He said, "We are at our most vulnerable. I have always been against quantity over quality ideal. However, because we have lost so many and will not be able to populate quick enough, we are going to change the Shinobi Academy. We will curve the classes, making it so you can pass the Genin test by being able to use the Bunshin, Henge, and Kawarimi. In addition, we will administer a new test for Jonin effective immediately." "Okay. Fugaku, what is the status of the police?" Fugaku had short, black hair and onyx eyes with visible creases below them. He wore the standard flak jacket, along with a black shirt with the Konoha Military Police Force symbol on the shoulders, shin guards, and a black apron with white diamonds on the bottom. He was the 2nd Jonin commander. He said, "We lost about half of the police force. We should be able to get the exact amount tomorrow. We can bring it back to 85% if we call back many of the ANBU members." Hiruzen stroked his beard at this. He thought about it but dismissed it almost as soon as it came to mind. "We are not recalling those ANBU members. I thought about what we are going to do. Hayashi, since half of the branch members are not ninjas, but are trained in ninjutsu, we are going to add them to the police force. Your brother, Hizashi, will be the other commander." "Hokage-sama, you can't do that. We were promised this by your sensei. Are you going to effectively change the rules your sensei set in front of all these people?" Fugaku exclaimed. "The history of the police derives from the Nidaime. The Nidaime promised the Uchihas to have control over the police with certain rules applied." Before Hiruzen could speak, Hayashi started to speak. He had long dark brown hair and featureless white eyes like all members of his clan. He wore a very traditional, loose-fitting robes. He had a tattoo of the Hyuga clan symbol on his wrist. He was the clan head of the Hyuga family and the 3rd Jonin commander. He said in his stoic voice, "Fugaku-san, this is not about tradition. We need to come together as a nation. You know that if we are able to work together." "Hayashi-san, don't try to pull that patriotism crap. I know that you have ulterior motives that would bring your clan closer to the rank of Hokage." Fugaku seethed. Who does he think he is fooling? Fugaku thought as he felt his power starting to wane. Hiruzen rubbed his temples as his could become a bad decision in the future. He said, "Fugaku and Hayashi, we will discuss this later. There is a reason I called all of you here." The council started to murmur amongst themselves. Sarutobi continued, "Yes, there is a reason you all are here today. This discussion is about the baby in front of you. As if on cue, the young baby snored softly as he snuggled deeper into the blanket. Most of the leaders were swooned at how adorable he was. Tsum said, "Hokage-sama, who is this little pup?" Tsum had an animalistic look to her. She had long spiky brown hair, vertical slit-like pupils, elongated canine teeth and nails. She also had the clan Fong markings on her cheeks as well as markings over her eyes and a dark shade of purple lipstick. She wore the standard outfit of a Konoha shinobi. She had to admit he was cute as he rocked himself from side to side. Fugaku grunted in agreement. "Hokage-sama, who is this brat? Didn't we decide that all orphans are to be placed into orphanages?" Hayashi, although he didn't want to say it, agreed with Fugaku. The brat, although cute, was just a baby. What was so special about him that he was here? He activated his Byakugan silently to see the boy's chakra. He quickly shut the Byakugan off as the boy's chakra was so dense. The Hyuga leader clutched his eyes. Everyone, including the giggling baby, looked at the Hyuga leader with interest. The Sandaime Hokage voiced his concern. "Hayashi-san, are you okay?" Hayashi nodded his head, saying he's fine. The Hokage, of course, didn't believe him but let it go for now. Naruto turned over to look at the Hokage in the face. He gave the older man a foxy smile. The Sandaime Hokage had a pain-filled smile as he started to explain who this boy was. He said, "Well, everyone, this boy is our savior. His name is Naruto. Minato was not able to kill the Kyuubi no Kitsune. There is no conceivable way to kill a massive unit of dark and evil chakra. He let them all digest it before he continued. Because of this, he, Jiraiya, Orochimaru *, and I came to a consensus. We could not possibly kill the beast but must keep it at bay. The only way we can keep something like that ferocious beast at bay is by sealing it." Gasps were heard as they realized that the Kyuubi was in fact not dead. Hiruzen took a long puff of his pipe. He said, "To be able to seal a tailed beast, one must have his chakra coils not developed. In addition, one or more people must sacrifice his, her, or their lives for the sacrifice to the Shinigami. This process is extremely taxing on not only the sealer but the baby. The baby has the distinct possibility to break down because of the energy of another being. He or she could die and release the beast." Inoichi had a long ponytail, darker in shade of blonde. He also had dark blue eyes. Inoichi wore the standard flak jacket over a black outfit, complete with handguards, forehead protector, and a sleeveless red coat. He was the Yamanaka clan leader. He said, "There is also the possibility that the brain could break down." Hokage sighed as he said, "Yes, that is a possibility." Minato decided that because he could not kill the beast, he will seal it into a baby. Hiruzen paused as this digested into everyone's mind. Shibi stroked his dark chin. Shibi Aburame had his eyes obscured. He wore dark glasses with a tassel hanging down from them. He had very spiky short black hair and a mustache. He wore a high-collared outfit and carries a large gourd on his back. He was the leader of the Aburame clan. He said, "With an educated guess, this young one is the one with the Kyuubi inside him. I wonder why him? Why could it not have been an Aburame, Uchiha, Hyuga, or any of the major clans? Who were his parents?" Orochimaru had to agree. Orochimaru was a very pale-skinned man, waist-length black hair. He had amber eyes with slits in his pupils and purple markings around his eyes. His garbs included black pants and a thick purple rope belt tied in a large knot behind his back and blue tomo-shaped earrings. He wore a black polo neck under it. Mesaru Tobi-sensei, I must admit you have me intrigued. He will be a perfect specimen for my experiments. So, Naruto-kun, who are your parents?" The Hokage sighed. He said, "This is an S-class secret. The protocol for S-class secret is treason and you will be killed with no hesitation." Everyone knew that this was a serious thing. Orochimaru was basically grinning as Naruto's parents must be very important. The Hokage took extra precautions. He closed all the blinds in the meeting rooms and put a sound barrier up so no one could hear a peep. As the edge was set by the Hokage, everyone in the meeting was waiting to hear who this young child's parents are. The young boy squirmed as he felt the gaze of everyone around him. It was more of a confused gaze, but a gaze nonetheless. The Hokage took a deep breath as he said with a heavy heart, "Naruto-kun's parents are Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. His godfather is Jiraiya. The shinobi council's eyes were wide. Naruto started to cry as he could feel that they were talking about his parents. It hurt a few of their hearts seeing baby Naruto crying for his parents. However, Orochimaru was not having such problems. "Oh my Naruto-kun, you are indeed the best person for the job. Who would have thought that the Hokage could hide a child in plain sight? Jiraiya seems to have been keeping secrets from me. Oh well, Jiraiya does not matter, but this child? If I'm right, then Naruto, you will be the perfect host for what is coming soon." The one who had been extremely quiet was Choza. Choza had long red hair and had markings on his cheeks. He wore a samurai-like outfit which entails a black suit completed with armor that had the clan symbol food on it. He also wore a rope belt, handguards, and instead of a forehead protector, wore a piece of cloth tied to his head, possibly to hold back his hair. He said, "Hokage-sama, you can't be serious. He is the son of the strongest Hokage to ever exist and the strongest ANBU member in the Crimson Red Death. How could we not have known?" The Hokage's gaze was fixated on the red-headed man. He said, "Choza, I take high offense to that statement. You never talk about another leader like that in front of the current leader. However, since that is not as important as this situation, I will let it slide. Don't let it happen again." Seeing Choza gulp, Hiruzen continued, "Orochimaru, have you had any contact with Jiraiya on his mission?" Orochimaru stood up and said, "Sarutobi-sensei, he has contacted me, but we had no such luck. He has reached Taki and will be on his way to Kiba no Kuni in a few days. He will be back within the month." Hiruzen nodded at this. "Damn it, Tsunade, why aren't you here? We need you now more than ever." He said, "Unfortunately, Naruto-kun's godfather is not around as he is on his mission. Now the question is, where should we put him? I'm open to ideas." Murmuring filled the room. Each clan had something to gain from having Naruto in their clan. Hayashi knew this opportunity would put the Hyugas over their dojutsu rivals, the Uchihas. Tsum Inuzuka saw this as a possibility to get a powerful animal ally. Shikaku really didn't want him for personal gain other than understanding what possessing the Kyuubi can do. Inoichi was the same way as Shikaku. However, he wanted to study the mind of the boy who had the Kyuubi. Choza wanted to see how the boy's body would be affected by the Kyuubi. Fugaku jumped first. "Hokage-sama, the Uchiha clan would be honored to have Naruto in our ranks." Shikaku saw some deceit in Fugaku's jet black eyes. He reacted quickly and said, "Hokage-sama, it would be a disservice to the village. For the Uchiha to get Naruto would prove deadly to the village." Fugaku narrowed his eyes to the Nara leader. Orochimaru saw his once-in-a-lifetime opportunity in his grasp. He stood up and said, "Sarutobi-sensei, it would not be wise to give the boy to any clans. Each clan would have a distinct advantage over the other clans." Sarutobi stroked his beard as the other clans were not exactly happy. Tsum growled at Orochimaru for the insinuation that her clan would use Naruto as an advantage. Many of the other clans were thinking the same thing but were silent. Sarutobi said, "Orochimaru, what do you suggest? It is very unlike you to start talking without having a suggestion." Orochimaru grinned at this possibility. Sometimes it was good to have the leader of the village as your sensei. "Sarutobi-sensei, it seems you know me very well. Yes, I do have a suggestion. As I said, each clan would have advantage over the other clans. So what if we do not give him to a clan but to a person who is not of any clan? Someone like me." Gasps were heard after this. It was not normal for someone like Orochimaru the Hibi Sannin to adopt a child. Hayashi narrowed his eyes at the Hibi Sannin. He did not like that Orochimaru had been dismissing the clans so easily. Hayashi was not stupid by any means. This was the Hyuga's opportunity and he would be damned if he didn't go down fighting for it. He said, "Orochimaru-san, what makes you qualified to be the foster parent for young Naruto-kun? You have around the same amount of bounty on your head as Minato-sama. Could you be able to protect him if some should arise? At least I know that if something happened, we would not only have the main but the branch there to protect him." Orochimaru frowned slightly. He knew the politics of Konoha. It would always be an uphill battle for people of non-clans to get something done. However, he had a few snakes in the hole. He said in his calmest voice, "Hayashi-sama, It is true that I have a bounty over my head that could build 4 Uchiha districts. However, that does not mean I do not qualify. When I am on a mission, my snake summons are adept enough to take care of him. In addition, 6 days ago, I was the 4th best Fuinjutsu user in Konoha. The only ones who were higher were Kushina, Minato, and Jiraiya respectively. Now I'm the best in Konoha right now. I can break down complex seals that would take you all a lifetime to learn and understand. Naruto-kun's seal is one of the most complex seals to exist as it deals with the death god, Shinigami. With a small mistake, it is certain that you could lose your own lives and destroy your clan. I am slightly offended, to be honest. What you have done disputing the care of a baby who has the potential to be great is appalling. Tsum-sama, it is like me arguing with you over an extremely rare white Cerberus. What would I be able to say? Even though you and your clan are the animal trainers who specialize in dogs, I'm more qualified because it's an animal? To be quite honest, that would be asinine and insane of me to do that to Tsum-sama. So please explain to me, why would you even consider doing that to me? Yet, there is something that's been constantly tugging at my brain, and that is the Uchihas. We've read the fairy tale about the Valley of the End, how Madara Uchiha summoned the Kyuubi and Hashirama defeated it. It occurred to me that Fugaku over here was the first to try and put Naruto into ranks. It makes me wonder how much of that story is true. Ladies and gentlemen, there it is on the table. The Uchiha would put him in one of their ranks, not even in the family but a rank. It occurred to me and possibly all of you that when you pull ranks, you are merely a tool to that person. Perhaps even a means to reach the other tool. I have no such need for that. Not to sound cocky, but I am one of the more powerful shinobi around. Imagine if something went wrong. How many of you can legitimately go toe-to-toe with a pissed-off Jiraiya? You have never seen Jiraiya pissed, but I have. I wouldn't say it publicly, but if Jiraiya was serious in a fight, half of Konoha would be destroyed. He would wipe a whole clan right out. So, unless you can handle that man with a sweat beating down your face, I would suggest that you allow me to have and train Naruto. Fugaku was visibly shaken. It was not from fear of Jiraiya. No, it was something deeper. It was anger. This anger had awakened the Sharingan unconsciously from the brute man. How dare he? I will kill you nice and slow. If you get the boy, I'll make sure your life will be without a doubt deadly. I will make you suffer. Tsum, on the other hand, was angry but understood. Damn you, Orochimaru. I hate to admit it, but you are right. It doesn't matter, Naruto-kun. I'll make sure that the Inuzukas respect you, and you will be considered one of our own. Sarutobi was surprised that Danzo didn't say anything. He actually wanted Danzo to speak up, as it would give him a great and legitimate reason as to investigate the man's side projects. He did have to admit that Orochimaru's points were valid. However, once Jiraiya comes back, he along with Tsunade would take care of the boy. Hiruzen took a puff of his pipe. He didn't see any objections as to Orochimaru's plan. He said, "Well, counsel, due to the fact there are no objections to Orochimaru's proposal, I have decided that Naruto will be going to Orochimaru. There will be a meeting in 3 days. This meeting has been adjourned. Orochimaru, I want you to stay behind." After the meeting was dismissed, Danzo reached the root hideout. Danzo was an old frail man with a cane. He had black shaggy hair, and his right eye is kept bandaged. Danzo had had an X-shaped scar on his chin. He wore a white shirt with a brown robe over top of it covering from his feet to just over his right shoulder. He sat down as his mind was processing everything that occurred. In a blink of a second, 3 root ANBU ninjas dropped in front of the root leader. Tishio Namakuso was a muscular shinobi with pale skin. He said, "Danzo-sama, may I ask a question?" Normally, Danzo would say no, but he had a feeling this question pertained to the young boy. He tapped his scarred chin and said, "Go on, Tishio-kun." "Danzo-sama, why did you not try to retain the boy? Would it not be beneficial for the organization? He would easily rise in our ranks, especially if we trained him at this age." Danzo nodded in agreement with Tishio. However, there was a look in Danzo's eyes signifying something darker. He tapped his cane, causing 5 more root ninjas to appear in front of him. He closed his eyes as he spoke softly. "You are correct, Tishio-kun. However, that is why I did not put my cards in the pile." Tishio was naturally confused about this. He voiced his confusion. Danzo-sama, that does not make much sense. This was an opportunity to become the greatest hero in Konoha's lustrous history of heroes. Danzo was eerily quiet. He had always been calm, but this had a different feel to it, and Tishio knew it. He started to shake in the inside. Took Danzo a few moments to speak. "You're right, Tishio. I would be. However, that is what Sarutobi wanted me to do. If I put my cards on the line and try to get this supposed lottery pick, it would give Hiruzen a way to investigate the root organization. It does not help that the boy is Jiraiya's godson. That changed everything. It is almost too good to be true." "That makes a lot of sense, Danzo-sama." It finally clicked for Tishio. Unfortunately for Tishio, it did not click quickly enough. Danzo looked at him deep into his eyes. In an eerily calm voice, Danzo said, "Kirikou, terminate Tishio." Before Tishio could move, Kirikou slit Tishio's neck with no hesitation. Danzo said, "Kirii, clean Tishio up off the floor and dispose of the body properly. I need everyone to leave the proximity. Fukusho, I need to speak with you at once." In an instant, the 5 root members, along with Kirikou and Kirii, who was carrying Tishio's body, disappeared in a swirl of leaves. A blurry being had kneeled in front of the root leader. Danzo said, "Fukusho, I have a new project for you. I want to gather 10 groups, each having a censor and a man and woman who could pass off as civilians." Fukusho bowed his head and nodded. "Danzo-sama, what is your mission and when do you want it completed?" Danzo simply tapped his chin. "Lately our program has become lax. It seems that my ninjas have been questioning my authority. The emotion test seems to be incomplete. We are going to start from scratch and rebuild. The QB attack might be a blessing in disguise for the organization. We have an abundant number of orphans that neither the orphanage nor the foster care system can take complete care of. Your mission is to abduct deserving orphans pertaining to training. This will be known as Operation Adopt. Your mission is to make the male and female to pose as civilians to adopt orphans and bring them here. Your censors will first see if the orphan is worth the trouble. He will see if the children have regular chakra streams. If the chakra is over 0.005% and are infants, those are the ones we want. If they are older, the censors will know which kid is able to be an asset for the organization." Fukusho asked, "Danzo-sama, how about the ones with Kekii Genkais?" Danzo smirked. "Good for us." It had become dark out and Naruto was silently sleeping in Orochimaru's house. Orochimaru smirked as he saw the young boy snore slightly. He sent a shadow clone into the basement to get some things. He said out loud, My Naruto-kun, I guess today is my lucky day. Thanks to the Akatsuki members' bloodlines, I have many distinct possibilities in which I can create the ultimate body. It is unfortunate that they want to gather the tail beasts. Well, they are going to have hell on their hands when I get my new and improved body. Now little Naruto-kun, don't worry. You won't feel the genetic change at first. Orochimaru's shadow clone came back with metallic briefcases. The shadow clone said, "Orochimaru-sama, I have the Kekii Genkai syringes. I primed them and was able to speed up the process. Once the syringe is injected into the boy stream, it will cause these bloodline pathogens to start latching on to Naruto's blood and chakra. My theory is that the QB would purge the viruses that the person could have, but the Kekii Genkai should be able to combine with Naruto's blood cells. Due to the fact he is so young, the result will be the chakra becomes confused and allows the Kekii Genkai to form. It will still take some time, my lord, however." Orochimaru expected this. I know I got to leave for the Akatsuki soon, so I will have a few of the snakes to watch over him. His abilities won't manifest itself until about the age of 6 or older." He said, "Excellent. We are going to start with this one first." He pulled out a jade green syringe with the label Mokuton. Naruto woke up and saw the sinister snake with a syringe in his hands. He started to cry. Orochimaru tried to comfort him. "Don't worry, Naruto-kun, you will feel so much better soon." With this, he injected Naruto with what will be many syringes. It has been almost 2 years since the council meeting. Orochimaru had injected a variety of different pathogens inside Naruto. Although Naruto had grown drastically, his change was nowhere near close to the change that had been going on with Orochimaru. Yes, the Hibi-Sannin had grown to like having the boy around. Orochimaru was a scientist that does everything with no regrets. Yet, during the last few months when he injected the Kekii Genkais into the boy, he felt a twinge of sadness and guilt go through him. He shook it off, but it was still there. Today Orochimaru was getting ready for Naruto's second birthday, which is about a week from now, and Orochimaru was going to make the birthday a great one. Naruto had been invited to a lot of the Shinobi clan heirs' birthday parties. They were more of a get-together for the parents that just so happened to land on the child's birthday. What kind of party should I throw for you, Naruto-kun? Maybe I should bring him out and let's see which toys one he reacted better to. Orochimaru thought. He pulled up his sleeve and nicked his thumb. He swiped the blood over the symbol. The symbol started to glow as he put chakra onto the seal. Kuchios no jutsu, he exclaimed. Suddenly seals started to go across the floor. Naruto started to squeal happily as he knew what was about to happen. Soon a small puff of smoke had appeared. When the smoke disappeared, a 3 feet tall orange snake appeared. Naruto giggled and laughed as he saw the snake. He squealed with his tiny voice, "Hibi-chan." Yes, Naruto was talking. He started about 5 months ago. It was a day Orochimaru never could forget because Naruto called him Tusan. Oh, how Orochi hated that he started to warm up to the boy. Naruto squeezed the poor snake half to death. Orochimaru chuckled at the poor orange snake's plight. He said, "Naruto-kun, let Orenji go." Naruto, with confused look on his face, let go of the snake. Orenji crawled his way to the snake summoner. He kissed the man's sandal saying thank you repeatedly. Orochi pet the top of the snake's head. He said, "Orenji, do you mind growing to about 5 feet tall? I want to take Naruto out to pick up stuff for the party." Orenji nodded and grew until he was 6 feet tall. Orenji said, "Orochimaru-sama, it has occurred to us that you are starting to grow more attached to the boy. We wonder how he plays into your plans. We personally like the boy. Are you going to allow him to summon us when he becomes of age?" Orochimaru's eyes went wide. He told Orenji to follow him into the other room as he summoned a shadow clone to watch the boy. When he saw that Naruto was nowhere in sight, he sighed as he said, "Orenji-kun, Naruto-kun will more than likely not be alive when he reaches the age of 13. Orenji's eyes went wide. What was wrong with Naruto-sama? Orochimaru-sama, what is wrong with Naruto-sama? Does he have a terminal illness or something? If we could see what the problem is, we could try and fix it. So what are we doing here? Why dash? Orochimaru sighed. No, Orenji-kun. When the time is right, I am going to transfer bodies with Naruto. He stammered at the beginning. Orenji's eyes went wide. His eyes then narrowed as he looked at the Hibi-sannin. His face showed the utter disgust in the Hibi-sannin. His tail switched from side to side angrily. You are going to use that technique on him? What the hell are you thinking? If you are going to do that, why are you getting so attached to him? Why would you allow us to get attached to the boy? Orochimaru just sighed. He said, Orenji, I don't want to talk about it right now. Right now, my priorities are on the party and making sure everything is right with Naruto. Orenji hissed at this under his breath. He was going to talk to the other leader of the Snake Clan. He slithered his way to the young boy that he has watched since the boy was young. Orochimaru got a chair and sat down. Oh, Naruto-kun, how I loathe that warming personality of yours that can make a person who has done so many experiments on kids like you feel regret. All I was supposed to do was make sure your body was healthy and not get attached. Why was the latter harder than the former? Well, I guess it is time to go arrange dash. Orochimaru's thoughts were stopped as a visitor decided to show up. Orochi's slit eyes looked dangerously into the man's eyes. I told him not to come here during the day. What is it that he wants that he would come during the day? I'm gonna send my shadow clone to send Naruto out and about while I deal with him. Orochimaru sent the message to his shadow clone as he looked at the man once more. Orochimaru said in his sarcastic tone, Well, look who decided to show up in someone's house in the daytime for the first time in over 20 years. Isn't that right, Danzo? Meanwhile, Orochimaru's shadow clone was walking with baby Naruto and Orenji outside in Konoha. Naruto was on the hump of Orenji's back. As they walked with the boy, Orochimaru and Orenji saw the dark looks towards the boy. When one got too close to his liking, Orenji would hiss loudly, causing the civilians to move several feet back. Naruto clapped as he enjoyed hearing Orenji's hissing noises. They knew who was taking care of the boy. However, it would be asinine for a normal civilian to go up against one of the greatest legends in Konoha's history. So instead they took the coward's way out and started talking about the boy, calling him a demon and other demoralizing names. The civilians thought they were smart as they knew that they could do that without any form of punishment because ninjas cannot directly attack civilians without being physically provoked. However, it was not smart to verbally provoke the Hibi-Sannin. When Orochimaru went a few blocks up, he did a quick hand sign. In an instant, one could hear the fearful screams of civilians getting snake-bit. Orochi's group finally reached the Shinobi R Us Kids store. Naruto's little eyes went wide at the massive size of the building. Unlike most babies, he was more excited than afraid. He giggled as he squirmed around. Orochimaru had no choice but to smile at the boy. "Naruto-chan, do you want to come in?" Naruto nodded with excitement rolling off in waves. Orochi decided to tease the boy a little bit further. "Are you sure you want to go in, Naruto-chan?" Naruto just giggled as he wiggled side to side. As he squealed, he jumped up and down on poor Orenji. The poor snake just hissed at Orochi. Orochi didn't know if it was for what happened earlier with the original or the fact that he instigated what Naruto was doing to him. He smirked somewhat. He said, Okay, Naruto-chan, we're going in, but we'll go in if you stop jumping on Orenji. Okay?" Naruto promptly stopped, causing Orenji to breathe a sigh of relief. They went into the store and were surprised. Naruto jumped up and down on Orenji as he saw how big the store was. Orochimaru agreed with Naruto. The shinobi store was bigger than the three expected. It was basically a supermall just full of shinobi toys. Orochimaru thought to himself, "Damn, I was born in the wrong generation. There is like 11 stories in this building. I did hear that Jiraiya was working on the seals for this store, but he really outdid himself. I don't know who's giddier, the brat or me." Naruto enthusiastically said, "Big, big." Orochimaru patted his head. "Yes, Naruto-kun, it is very big. Why don't we explore it, any?" Naruto nodded with much enthusiasm. Orochimaru had his calculating face on. Orochimaru was not one to be intimidated by such people. Danzo was the same way as Orochimaru. Danzo calmly said, "It has been a while, Orochimaru-kun. Today is a beautiful day, so I thought it would be beneficial for my old bones to bask and thrive in the sun." Orochi narrowed his eyes. He knew this was no meet and greet. He inwardly frowned as he put a smirk on his face. "Why, yes, today is a great day to enjoy the air. However, it is peculiar for you to come and show up in my house unannounced. I would be extremely grateful if you got rid of those gentlemen who ever so gently placed themselves into the wall. After all, it is almost time for fall cleaning." Danzo frowned slightly. With a wave of his hand, 5 root ninjas disappeared. Danzo said, "You know, Orochimaru, you are more like me than you think you know." Orochimaru inwardly frowned at this. "Orochimaru, we both are disappointed in how Konoha has changed. We both have been cut out on our chance to become the leader of the Leaf. Now you are stuck with Dash." Orochimaru had enough of this. This war hawk was treading on dangerous water. His frown grew deeper with each word. He put a sarcastic look on his face. He said, "You know, Danzo-sama, this is really boring. I mean, with all this chatter over who should have been the Hokage with your monotonous voice is just a snore. I prefer someone that is more vibrant, who has great charisma, who could rile up the troops. You can't do that, so you just wallow in the dirt." Danzo calmly looked at the Hibi-Sannin. He wanted to kill the Sannin but knew that would not be plausible, especially since he had a few favors to cash in. So this is the sarcastic Orochimaru that I've heard Sarutobi talk about. I am impressed. However, that is irrelevant. I would like to cash in one of my favors." Orochimaru's eyes narrowed at the old man. Orochimaru owed a few favors to the man, especially when he was younger, when he first started to experiment on different things. Orochimaru said with feigned surprise, "Oh, so that's what you are here for. You want to cash in on your favor. However, it makes me wonder why you would come out this early. Would you care to explain?" Danzo closed his lone eye and said, "Well, Orochimaru, I thought it would be nice to do business in the sunlight. After all, it is not like you will backstab me since I have a variety of what you call dirt on you." Orochimaru frowned at this. He drummed his fingers on the table. "Well, Danzo, there is a difference between you and me. You see, If you even thought about bringing out Operation Wood, it would open more worms for you. I mean, after all, Tenzo was trained by your subordinates. I have it documented, and with one fell swoop I could take your whole organization down to the ground. You are nowhere near as strong as you used to be. So, you won't be able to get away from your pursuers. I, on the other hand, can survive and escape. So, I should warn you to not threaten me. It would be against your best interest. Now, what is this favor of yours? Danzo simply smirked at Orochimaru. This caused Orochimaru to shudder in the inside. Danzo said, "Well, Orochimaru, I want you to create an array of seals. The main is a control seal." Orochimaru's clone was not having a much better time. Naruto was driving him nuts. The boy did not want to stay still and touched everything in the store. It did not matter if it was wooden practice kunais or glass cases. Naruto was curious as he saw the black pants. He tugged on it. He kept pulling onto it until the clothes rack fell on top of him, or it would have. Orochimaru luckily caught the rack, breathing a sigh of relief. Naruto, on the other hand, giggled and clapped as he almost knocked over the clothes rack. Orochimaru gave him an angry look. "Naruto, you know better than this." Naruto adopted a sad look on his young whiskered face. Before Naruto could let his small tears out, his ear twitched. He had heard this voice before but didn't know from where. "Orochimaru-sama and Naruto-kun. It's great to see you here." Orochimaru turned and saw Tsum Inuzuka and her two young children, Hana and Kiba. Orochimaru was grateful to see the feral woman. She had helped him through the whole ordeal. He had learned things that he hoped Kami to never have to do again. He shuddered at the thought as Tsum came over. She looked down to see the small kid. She said, "How's the pup doing? He's growing up so fast. I see his teeth are starting to come in." Orochimaru involuntarily froze up. When Naruto first started teething, it was a nightmare. All Naruto kept doing was screaming, yelling, crying every few seconds. The first tooth was the canine tooth. Orochimaru had to shudder once again as he remembered when Naruto accidentally bit him with that ferociously strong canine tooth. Oh, the agony was the only thing that crossed the Hibi-sanen's mind. Why, yes, he's grown up a lot. It feels like yesterday he could fit into my hand. Now he can walk, albeit with a bit of a stumble. He could talk a little bit. His curiosity, however, is extraordinary. The problem is I don't know if that is a good thing. I had to replace my good kunais with wood ones just in case the little one goes playing whack-a-kunai. Tsum gave a hearty laugh as she understood. She had to do that with Hana after she kind of stabbed her father. It was kind of funny now that Tsum thought about it. Tsum said, "I understand completely. It feels weird that it has been a few years since the event." Orochimaru nodded. He said, "I concur. He's growing up so fast. I'm happy to know that I am helping to ease his burden. Hey Naruto-kun, can you tell Tsum-san how old you're going to be in a few days?" Naruto gained a thoughtful look that made Hana say kawaii. He held out his pointer and middle finger as he said, "I itchy, and I. Orochimaru and Tsum clapped as Orochimaru said, "Very good, Naruto-kun." Tsum said, "Very impressive, Orochimaru. I must admit you are taking this very seriously." Tsum reached down and gave Naruto one of the new Inuzuka-styled wooden practice kunai. Naruto's eyes shimmered in the light as he held his new toy. Orochimaru had a smile on his face. He said, "Naruto-kun, what do you say to Tsum-san?" Naruto replied, "Arigato." Tsum ruffled his head as he looked at his toy. Meanwhile, Hana was becoming a little impatient. "Why does Ka-san want to converse with this guy? We picked up my throwing weapons. So, can't we just go? What is so interesting about a baby? He doesn't look that much different from other babies. He doesn't look like whatever his name is. He looks like he has our marks. Maybe he is a relative. It all makes sense. He is one of us. But why isn't he living with us? I'll ask Ka-san later." While Tsum was conversing some more with the Hibi-sanin and Hana was musing her barely 5-year-old thoughts, Naruto got bored. Orochimaru learned a few months ago, when Naruto got bored, all hell breaks loose. Naruto saw a guy who was looking at him the wrong way. He sneered at Naruto as he whispered, "Demon." Something swelled up in Naruto telling him of the negative connotation of that word. Before anyone knew what happened, the man soon regretted his words. Splat! A huge scream filled the room. It alerted every shinobi in the building, as each pulled a kunai out from their hiding spot, including Orochimaru and Tsum. What the hell is going on, Tsum-san? She sniffed the air and said, "There is blood in the air." She turned to where she smelled the blood. Orochimaru and Tsum's eyes went wide. The manager who whispered demon is on the floor bleeding with a wooden kunai jammed into the back of his right thigh. Tsum and Orochimaru rushed over to the man checking his vital signs while Orenji and Kuramaru watched over Naruto, Hana, and the sleeping Kiba. Orochimaru pulled out one of his nerve-depressant syringes and injected it into the man. Afterwards, he pulled out the kunai from the man's thigh. Tsum's eyes went wide. That was the kunai she just gave to Naruto. Did Naruto throw that kunai? That's impossible. He's only turning 2 years old. Orochimaru-sama, that's the same kunai I just gave Naruto-kun. That kunai should not be able to pierce skin as the tip is rounded. In addition, that kunai has an inner spring in which on contact it would bounce off the person. So, for someone to throw it, it can't get through. Orochimaru frowned slightly on the outside. In the inside, he was a little more excited. Did Naruto activate one of his bloodlines? There is only one person I know that could do that with pure force and jam it in there, and that would be Tsunade, but Naruto threw it. For a baby to be able to do that is extraordinary. That kind of power to override the spring and rounded top and have it jabbed it in the thigh. However, I want to know what this guy did to piss Naruto off. I have a distinct feeling that this guy probably deserved it. The crowd was forced to leave when Orochimaru called false alarm and told everyone to go back to shopping. Orochi told Tsum he could handle it from here and when the party will start. When she left with Kiba and Hana, Orochimaru told Orenji to come there along with baby Naruto. The manager had a somewhat scared look on his face. It did not help that Orochimaru gave him the "I'm going to kill you myself" look. Orochi gave Naruto his all-too-sweet smile. He said, "Naruto-kun, did you throw this kunai at this young man?" Naruto nodded slowly. He knew internally he would be reprimanded. Orochimaru said, "Well, Naruto, what did the man do to deserve this?" Naruto shouted out, "Demon! Demon! Demon!" Orochimaru's eyebrow rose. He looked dangerously at the manager, who was sweating bullets. He turned his head to the side. "Is that so, Naruto-kun? Well, Mr. Manager, it seems like we have a little problem. It would be crucial for you to tell me the truth. If you are a good boy dash." Orochimaru was cut off by a gruff voice. "Orochimaru-sama, what's going on? Why is my manager on the floor bleeding?" Orochimaru grew a huge smirk, while the manager shook his head begging Orochi not to tell. Of course, Orochimaru really didn't care about the man's plight. "Well, Ishio, it has been a while, hasn't it? You see, there was a slight scuffle. It seems like your manager called poor Naruto-kun here a demon. Now Naruto being a baby, and all threw a kunai at him. Surprisingly, it got wedged in his leg. I would take full responsibility, however he said that no word right in front of Naruto-kun. As we all know, it is illegal to say such a word to the boy, but he was a bit bold and he..." Ishio's eyes narrowed at the manager who was praying to Kami that he would lose his job, not his life. Ishio sighed as he replied, "I see. This is a big problem. Unfortunately, my oldest daughter would probably kill me if I didn't do anything to save her fiancé. That's why he has the job anyway. He is not much to bat an eye at. So Orochimaru, as your former student, I would be ever so grateful as to compensate young Naruto here with a lifetime membership in which he gets anything he wants for free for his whole life. That includes the ninja store when he is old enough." "What? How can that little dash?" The manager didn't get to finish when Ishio put a kunai at his neck. "I would suggest you close your mouth, or I'll slit your scrawny neck faster than a whistle would blow. You have caused enough problems with your mouth. So just be quiet or I'll let Orochimaru-sama deal with you." The manager gulped as he slowly nodded. Orochimaru smirked. He said, "I would gratefully accept your offer, Ishio-kun. By the way, how is your other daughter now? Isn't she almost 3? Ishio said, "Yeah, Tenten is 3 now. Sheesh, it feels so weird having one daughter who is 20 and the other who's 3. She's growing up so fast. She's able to throw kunais almost as good as a 10-year-old. It has to be from the mother." Orochimaru laughed at this. He said, "That's great. She sounds like she's going to be a great kunoichi. If they're going to be this determined to be shinobi like Tenten, then it will be a good indication of great years in Konoha. I agree wholeheartedly. Is there anything you need prepared, Orochimaru-sama? I have a few things in mind. A few hours had passed since the encounter in the shinobi store and Orochimaru was beat. He had worked extensively on the seals for Danzo while he checked on Naruto's vital signs. To be honest, he was more interested in Naruto's chakra streams and bloodstream. For some reason Naruto's body was becoming denser by the second. Orochimaru saw that it was going 3, even 4 times past that of a normal child. He saw the DNA sequences were molding together with Naruto's. So, everything was going smooth with Naruto's development. However, his mind went back to the incident in the store. I didn't see anything like that before in my life. I've checked the bloodlines that I injected into him. They are binding like I hoped, but not a single one has become the dominant one. They haven't exactly formed yet, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't have a forerunner. That must mean there is something else. Maybe he got something from his parents. Let's see. Minato, as strong as he is, would not be able to do that. Kushina, on the other hand, had strength, kenjutsu, ninjutsu, and fuinjutsu along with a bloodline. She most assuredly didn't have the power, speed, or throwing ability to do that. I disassembled the tip of the blade and saw the trigger was up to date. For some reason it did not recognize the impact to that dick's head. It is highly disturbing that he could do this. Maybe I'm looking too much into this. Wait a minute. I have an idea. Maybe I could investigate who his grandparents are. If I find something, then I'll say it's them, but if it isn't dash. Orochimaru was taken out of his thoughts by a shadowy figure. Hello, Orochimaru. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed as he looked at his new problem/guest. He finally put Naruto to bed, and to be honest, he was deadbeat tired. He didn't even have enough energy to be his snarky self. The shadowy figure said in his gruff voice, "You have become lax, Orochimaru. You know how I hate to wait on anything." Orochimaru sighed as he closed his research. He said, "Heh, masterpieces take time. You especially should know that. To be brutally honest, I'm surprised that you can get here especially looking like that. However, since you don't ask about my secrets, I won't ask about yours. Since you are here, I'm going to take an educated guess and say you have finally defected." The shadowy figure nodded at Orochimaru's assessment. He said, "It seems like your cognitive skills haven't been hampered in your aging. Leader Sama has altered the plan slightly. Some unwanted attention has been snooping around. He wants us to vacation, one by one every year to throw off these unwanted pests until we expose ourselves. You are to vacation in 2 years in early January and meet at the rendezvous." Orochimaru frowned slightly but nodded. The figure continued, "Now, Orochimaru, since that is out of the way, it's time to talk about the other reason I'm here. Do you have it ready yet?" Orochimaru smirked at the figure. He created a shadow clone to go into the basement. A few moments passed until the shadow clone came back up. Orochimaru said, "I am always prompt when it comes to my projects. That should never have crossed your mind. The question is, do you have what I want?" The figure pulled out the scroll that was in his coat. He tossed the scroll over to the Hibi Sannin. The Sannin caught it as the shadow clone gave the man the scroll. Orochimaru opened the scroll and his eyes went wide. He closed it quickly as he said, "How do I know this is the real stuff? How can I trust you to give me it?" The man was surprisingly calm. He said, "Orochimaru, I don't gain anything from having that blood with me. It doesn't matter to me. Whatever reason you want it so bad does not concern me. I don't need to trick you." Orochimaru had to agree with the man. The shadowed man opened the scroll and saw the project that he requested Orochimaru to do for him. The thing was throbbing as the seal pulsed. The man felt his dream come to fruition. Orochimaru said, "All you need to do is put chakra in it and it will do the rest. I suspect that it will be chakra consuming and you will most likely be exposed. So you shouldn't do it here but at the base." The man nodded as he closed the scroll up and tucked it in his pocket. He said, "I could feel this can be a start of a wonderful friendship, Orochi. I will see you in 2 years. With that, the shadowy man disappeared. Orochimaru simply chuckled as he said, "I think so too. Akasuna no Sasori." Author's note, done. Still a baby for now. I had to build some things up before we get into the heart of the matter. Pieces are being placed and introductions are appearing. So, review. I still need some ideas for another bloodline. I would prefer original bloodlines, but it doesn't necessarily have to be. Since the next story I'm updating is Phoenix and Raven, I decided to give a little teaser of the next chapter for Chimera. Orochimaru was cornered. Yes, the Hibi Sannin was cornered by Sandaime Hokage and 3 ANBU members. Hokage's face was that of rage as he put the bow staff at the Hibi Sannin's neck. Orochimaru, you are under arrest for treason against Konohagakure no Sato, the attempted kidnap and murder of Hien Hyuga, the murder of Hariko Yamanaka, the attempted kidnapping of Hinata Hyuga, an accessory to the murder of Hisashi Hyuga and the experimentation of Naruto Uzumaki. I know it's a little short, but it is a little teaser. Who are these people and will they be important in the future? Read and find out. Review and any questions I will happily answer or take into consideration. It has been 6 months since the party. Naruto has changed a lot. He grew a little taller. Much to the dismay of Orochimaru, his hair was still spiked up. No matter how much Orochi tried to comb it, it did not go down. Naruto now was able to voice his opinion just a little bit better. But right now, Orochimaru thought it would be a great time to learn how to throw kunais. They were in Orochimaru's personal training area. Orochimaru was practicing with Naruto on how to legitimately throw his kunai. Okay Naruto, I want you to hit the red dot right over there. Naruto's comprehension and understanding of things has grown at such an alarming rate it even concerned Orochimaru slightly. While other people would call Naruto a prodigy if they knew, Orochimaru saw more determination than anything else. He had seen it in Naruto before. Naruto saw some of the other kids climb a tree. Naruto tried it himself but failed the first time and fell. However, he kept trying until he was up in the tree. It scared the hell out of Orochimaru because he was worried he would go and kill himself, and to a lesser extent be worried that Naruto's determination and will would not allow him to be taken over. Naruto focused at the red dot as much as a 2-year-old could and threw the kunai. The throw was not focused, resulting in the kunai spinning instead of straight. The big target was hit with the handle of the kunai instead of the blade. Orochi's eyes were wide because even though it was hit with the hilt, the kunai hit the red dot and the kunai was lodged into the target. Orochimaru tried to keep his astonishment from reaching his voice as he spoke. Naruto-kun, that was okay throw. Its aim was great, but the throw was spinning and not dash. Something whizzed right past the Hibi Sannin, cutting few strands of hair of the Sannin. Orochi looked back and saw the blade was lodged in a tree between a pair of rabbit ears. Orochi's eyes went wide as he looked into Naruto's eyes. Naruto's eyes went from the carefree ocean blue eyes to a darker shade of blue filled with determination. Naruto said, "Target! I hit target!" Orochimaru had shock written all over his face. Orochimaru had never seen anything like this before in his 40 years of life. What is it about Naruto that makes him change from carefree to determined in that little bit of time? His throws are deadly accurate and powerful. He has to stay focused so he could throw it right. Right now, I'll send a clone to look into his genetics while I take Naruto-kun to Ichiraku. During this time, Naruto had found out what his favorite food was. Oh, how Naruto loved his ramen. Orochimaru took him one day to Ayam and Tuchi. He drank just a little bit of broth and was swooned. He could stop eating it, make Orochimaru of the Sannin feel like a genin living paycheck to paycheck. To Naruto, it was a once-in-a-month delicacy for the sake of the poor Sannin. Orochimaru put the boy on his shoulder as he did one hand sign. In an instant, Naruto and Orochi disappeared in a swirl of leaves. Orochimaru's shadow clone had been extensively researching Naruto and who his grandparents were. Due to the fact that he is the head of the research and development department, he was able to access the servers that had what he was looking for remotely. He thought, "Okay, computer, what do you have for me?" He typed the name Kushina Uzumaki into the database. The computer went through many different names until it locked onto Kushina's picture. When Orochimaru looked at the screen, it showed her information. It said, Name, Kushina Uzumaki. Age, 20. Gender, female. Parents, classified. Hair color, red. Eye color, green. Rank, ANBU commander. Status, deceased. Orochimaru's clone had a visible frown on it. Since he was the one who created this database, it unnerved him that he was unable to get in. He did a few of his hacking tricks and opened up the parents' files. Orochimaru's eyes went wide at Kushina's parents were. My Naruto-kun, you did choose a very good mother. Now let's see how about your father? While Orochimaru's clone was checking on Naruto's genealogy, the real Orochimaru took Naruto to Ichiraku for a treat. Orochimaru said, "Now Naruto-kun, what kind of ramen do you want?" Naruto said with much enthusiasm, "Miso, miso." The chef chuckled as he stirred the pot of noodles. Orochimaru said, "Tuchi-san, how is the family?" Tuchi sighed. Times have been hard for him and his family. His wife had stage 4 cancer and she was not going to live much longer. They have been trying to fool poor Ayam. Ayam is only 5 years old, but she knew something was wrong with her mom. She plays Nurse Ayam to get her mother's spirits up. Tuchi said to Orochi in his sad voice, "It's not so good. You know the wife might be going away soon. It's been hard for Ayam. She knows something is wrong, but we try to keep a brave face and say it was a cold. She plays games trying to make her mother happy, except it makes her even sadder as she won't see her grow up." With the tone of Tuchi's voice, Naruto had gained a sad smile on his face. He didn't know why, but he felt sadness roll off of him. Orochimaru could feel it also. He said, "I'm so sorry for your loss. I wish there was something I could to help you. If you need anything, just ask." Tuchi nodded as he gave Naruto his salty noodles. This was the first time Naruto didn't have the appetite to eat his ramen. He played around with it and ate some as Orochimaru drank some water. He could see even from an early age that Naruto could sense the emotions around him. This would be good for Naruto as he would be able to empathize with people. Yet it is a horrible trait as it would make it that much harder for Orochi to complete his plan. For that matter, he wondered if he wanted to go through with his plan, but he has gone through too much to flip the switch now. He saw Naruto was finished with his ramen. Orochi put the money on the table. He sighed as he said to Naruto, "Come Naruto-kun. Let's go to the park. Tuchi-san, I left the money on the counter. We'll come by and visit some more sometime." With that, Orochimaru did one hand sign and the two disappeared in a swirl of leaves. Naruto and Orochimaru reached the playground. Naruto saw children playing ninja, while others played on the swing set. Orochimaru could see the joyful look on the young boy's face. The Hibi-sanin said, "Go ahead, Naruto-kun. Go play, I'll be right over there." Naruto nodded as he ran to go to the swings. Orochimaru sighed as he sat down in one of the board game's chairs. It is almost time to take a permanent vacation from the leaf. However, his thoughts were wandering to the boy. The boy would be left alone, mostly likely for dead. So what could he dash? "Hello, Orochimaru." Orochimaru knew that bored voice anywhere. He grew a smirk on his pale white face. "It is great to see you too, Shikaku." The Nara clan head sat down on the opposite side of the Hibi-sanin. Shikaku pulled a scroll out of his pocket. This scroll had the kanji for the word shogi. Shikaku said, "Wanna play a game? The wife is watching the young ones." Orochimaru saw Yoshino watching Shikamaru, Chuji, Ino, and surprisingly Naruto. He could see that Yoshino was manipulating the kids' shadows to create a barrier around them to make sure no one bothered them. If Orochi was honest, he would have to say that the Nara clan was the most trustworthy of the remaining clans. They were calm, calculative, and honest, but the men from what he had heard were lazy. Orochi said, "Sure, why not?" Shikaku smiled as he set the board. Shikaku said while moving the first piece, "It has been a long 2 years, has it not? How's fatherhood treating you?" Orochimaru moved his piece as he spoke. "It has been a long 2 years. Naruto has been a hassle and a half, yet he is shaping up to be a prodigy, maybe even a genius." Shikaku was silent for a moment before he moved his piece. "How so, Orochimaru? I mean, he's only, 2.5 years old. Is it not a little early to be calling anyone a prodigy, much less a genius?" Orochimaru saw Shikaku's trap from the very first move. He moved a piece in a very unconventional way. Orochi had his infamous smirk on his face. "That is what is wrong with your generation. Because you guys have not experienced the means of a true prodigy or genius other than Minato, you guys are shooting in the dark as to who is and isn't." Shikaku analyzed Orochi's move before he moved. He said, "I disagree, Orochimaru-san. Many of you called us prodigy of something. A true prodigy and genius is Fugaku's oldest son, Itachi." Orochi stroked his chin as he looked at the board. He moved another piece as he said, "True, yet there are many different types and forms of genius along with an array of prodigies. Of course, we look at genius as a person who has an IQ in the high hundreds. That is the traditional sense of the word. People like that are Itachi, you, and I." Shika made his move on the field. Unconscious to what he just did, he said, "Since you used the word traditional, there must be an untraditional way. What would you consider to be untraditional genius? For that matter, who would you consider to be one?" Orochimaru laughed inwardly. His smirk grew wider as he spoke. "Well, Shikaku, the untraditional genius would be my teammate Jiraiya. When we first were a cell, he looked like a bumbling idiot who Tsunade and I considered holding us back. I had the talent. Tsunade had the talent and abilities. Jiraiya had something we didn't have. He had determination. He worked his ass off. We didn't recognize it, but he was also a genius. He is a genius of hard work and determination. He also had one more thing we didn't have. You see, Shikaku, he thinks of life as a game of shogi. He always considered himself all the pieces but one, the king. He felt the king need to protected dash." Shikaku cut him off. "So the king is the Hokage, right?" Orochimaru laughed. Yes, the Hibi-Sannin laughed at the traditional genius. He said, "If you believe that, then you are definitely not a genius." Shikaku scowled at Orochi's insult but said nothing as he was curious as to whom this king was. Orochi continued, "You see, the king is not the king per se. The king is the thing, whether it is a person or an item, place, or even an idea that drives you to great lengths to protect. A perfect example is the raven-haired woman that was my student and now your wife. Yoshino-chan used to train past her limits to get into your lazy heart, especially during the war. You were the Nara prodigy, the one who could outsmart your famous genius of a father in everything. You were the one who supposedly able outsmart all but one person in your class, and that was Minato. She, on the other hand, was the weak side of the Nara clan. Her mother and father were cast out of the clan because it was believed that they were not able to do shadow-type jutsus. They were not the smartest of people. Yoshino-chan was above average but considered much lower than you. So when you had Gyurei Sarutobi as a sensei, she had me. She trained herself to the brink over and over again. I would put all the money I have on her beating you because she had the determination to do it. You were laid back and believed that you could always be clutch even though you did not practice. But you remember what happened when Kumo had you trapped. Your perception could not have saved you. However, since you were her king, she used all the stops she knew, which included all the laps with 300 pounds strapped onto her short frame. She reached you in time, and instead of you being dead, she took the kunais into her right shoulder. All you got was a slash on your chin. She would have made Jonin, but the injury rendered her arm weak. She sacrificed herself for you. She had overcome so much and was on her way to be an ANBU captain in 3 years, but gave it all away for the one she loved. Some people would call her stupid. However, a genius in the non-traditional way is the one who under pressure is always clutch and knows what they have to do even when the probability of success is less than 0. A genius is one who picks his or her battles. A genius in the non-traditional way is the one who does not know the word give up and is intelligent on the one thing that matters to them. Just like this very game, you are not the genius. You are talented but still very flawed. With that, Orochimaru had taken Shikaku's king. Shikaku's eyes were extremely wide. He never lost a game of shogi. Yet here it was, in front of his very black pupils, Orochi had taken his king. He could not close his mouth as the words that came out of Orochi's mouth struck a nerve in him. He still didn't know why Orochi called Naruto a genius, but he did give him a lot to think about. Orochimaru's clone was having a big problem. He looked into the database to see Naruto's genealogy from his father's side. He typed in Minato Namikaze into the computer. He easily found his file and opened it. The computer screen said, Name, Minato Namikaze. Age, 20. Gender, male. Parents, Ayoshi and Naoki Namikaze. Color, blue. Rank, Yondaime Hokage. Status, deceased. Orochimaru's clone frowned deeply. There was something odd about Minato's file. The first inconsistency was that it said his age was 20 when in fact he would be 25. He however chalked that up to the fact that was how old Minato was when he died. The second inconsistency was the fact that Minato's parents were not classified. When a person reached the rank of Jonin, the parents' file would become classified just in case someone was able to hack in and use the family as leverage. There were some cases in which the parent was a powerful or legendary ninja like Kakashi's father. Minato's parents were not anything like that. The two were in fact civilians. It got worse because some things didn't add up in Orochimaru's mind. Naoto Namikaze was not able to bear children, and at the time was in her early 50s when Minato was supposedly born. She died 10 years later. She could not possibly be Minato's mother. Aoshi, on the other hand, had no common features with Minato. This can't be right. He used the database to pull up a picture of Aoshi. He put the picture right next to Minato. It was evidently clear. Minato was not the son of Aoshi. Damn it! If Aoshi isn't the father, then who could it be? It doesn't make sense. This has to be a trap move. It is weird leaving who his supposed parents are wide open for anyone can see. I can't bring this to the Hokage. That would be a very bad idea. I have to figure out a way to get authorization for the blood cells to Minato. I can't do what I did with the Shodai and Nidaime and the others in Konoha. I was only able to successfully steal them was during an attack on Konoha. Maybe I could use the excuse of genetic diseases that run in the family. Nope, that won't work. All it would do is create more problems and suspicion as to what is going on with Naruto-kun. Minato, you are real something, aren't you? Wait a moment. I know what I'm going to do. The question is, where did I put Naruto's original blood sample? Naruto was having fun with his new friends as they talked their own language. It must be extremely funny as Naruto, Ino, and Chuji, even Shika were laughing as if it was the funniest thing in the world. Yoshino smiled as she kept her shadow jutsu over the children. She loved children, especially seeing her Shika having fun. Her face grew a gracious smile on it. Someone tapped her on her shoulder. Much to her surprise, it was Harini Hyuga, the new matriarch of the Hyuga clan. She was about 5 feet 2 inches tall. She had the famous Byakugan. The difference was that the pupilless eyes were a violet color. She had a noticeable bump in her stomach. As she walked with such grace and royalty, she spoke, "Yoshino-chan, it is great to see you. How is the younger generation of the Ino Shikacho?" Yoshino smiled as she said, "Harini-chan, it has been much too long. They are fine, just playing with young Naruto-kun here." Harini saw the blonde-haired boy and smiled. She was not like most main house Hyugas. She was kind-hearted and, like Yoshino, loved children. Naruto was no exception. She thought that what Naruto has in him is a burden that she hopes would not kill him. Yoshino noticed her bump. Yoshino said, "How are the Hien-kun and Hinata-chan? I see that you are adding someone new into the family." Yoshino had the all-knowing smirk on her face. Harini blushed a deep red at this. She unconsciously rubbed her belly at this. She said, "Can't put one past you, can I, Yoshino-chan? I'm 3 months in. I can't believe I'm having my 3rd child." Hayashi actually has been smiling a whole lot more. You should have seen him when Hien was born. He was more of a wreck than I was. Before Hien came out, I thought he was delivering him. The two were laughing just as hard as the babies. What they didn't know was Orochi was listening in on the conversation. The Hyuga matriarch continued, "With Hinata-chan, it was so much different." His heart melted at her purple eyes. He wanted a daughter, but then it hit him. Boys will be coming at his door to court Hinata-chan in 13 or so years. His face turned to stone as he went into his study. He was in there for 3 hours. I was actually worried about him. He came out with a scroll and gave it to me. His stern look scared me as he handed it to me. When I opened it, I burst of laughing. I couldn't stop. Yoshino asked with pure curiosity written on her face, "What did it say?" Took a minute for Harini to respond. She could not for the life of her to stop laughing at poor Hayashi. When she finally caught her breath, she calmed down somewhat. She said while giggling, "Hayashi wrote as the title, 10 Simple Rules for Dating My Daughter." He had lost his mind. After I read the rules and laughed some more, all I could see was his face twitching and his hair frayed. You could even tell that his hands were shaking because of the chicken scratch handwriting. He was a total mess. They kept laughing as Naruto's little group were playing three a game and the dads were playing shogi. This continued until evening. Later that evening, Orochimaru with his Sannin rights was able to leave Konoha for a while. The reason the Sannin rights were invoked was because the Sannin each had their own set of spy bases. They would have to meet outside of Konoha and not in the traditional form. He had summoned Orenji to watch over Naruto as he had some things that he had to take care of. He reached the southeast border in no time. He patiently waited for someone to come. He looked at the location of the moon to tell him what time it was. Orochimaru thought angrily, "Where the hell is he? He was supposed to be here minutes ago. There better be a good explanation. The ANBU is protecting the other side tonight." In a moment, a blurry figure came into the dark night. He was a tall, slim man with dark eyes and a black beard. He wears a different flak jacket indicating he is from another village. His head was bandaged and forehead protector covered his right eye. Orochimaru scowled as he had other things to do like examining Naruto's blood sample. The man saw Orochi's eyes and grimaced. He said, "Orochimaru-sama, I can explain there has been extreme tension in the borders between IWA and Kumo. I had to properly time my escape. Please forgive me." Orochi had an impassive face. He said in an apathetic tone, "Don't let it happen again." The man bowed as he let Orochimaru finish speaking. "So do you have the samples I asked for? It would be very bad for you if I do not get what I ask for, especially for what you are asking for in return." The man started to sweat. He could only get 2 out of the 3. Unfortunately for him, Orochimaru only had a little bit of time to finish his project. Every little delay becomes a bigger problem for the Hibi Sannin. Orochimaru's eyes became narrow as he could clearly see something was not right. The man said, "Orochimaru-sama, I could only get 2 of the samples. The other one has been destroyed or relocated. Please forgive me. We desperately need another bloodline to survive." Orochimaru rolled his eyes at the man. "I must disagree with your statement. You are not in need of another bloodline. In fact, you have not 1 but 2 Jinchurikis. So don't give me that. You have failed me on this mission. I guess your whole squadrons are horrible as you could not take a bloodline from the civil war in Kiri. That is absolutely shameful. They were basically asking to be taken and you couldn't get one. You guys are pathetic. However, it is understandable, your Kage is getting up there in age." The man inwardly growled as the Sannin just insulted his Kage. Unfortunately, the man had to bite his pride and bow to Orochimaru. "My apologies, Orochimaru-sama. I hope you are able to forgive my insolence." Orochimaru really wanted to kill this guy. He knew the man wasn't fully sorry and that he wanted him to drop dead. However, he is a pawn to his greater plans. He said, "I can forgive many people's insolence, like if the carrier gives me someone else's mail. The difference is that he is about 98% effective. You, on the other hand, are not even worth an ounce of my forgiveness. I forgive those who are usually effective about 100%. You came to me late even though I have things to do. Now you tell me you were only able to get 2 out of 3 samples, which if I'm not mistaken is 66.666667% success rate. So not only are you not punctual, but you cannot even succeed in something as easy as that, and you are a higher-ranked head ninja. So forgiveness is out of the equation. You fail me again, you die. It is as simple as that. You will meet me in 5 months. Bring me the sample and you will get the Hyuga." Orochimaru did not hold back his clear disdain of the head ninja. The ninja had a deep frown as the anger welled inside of him. His palms started to bleed. The reason was his nails dug themselves into palms of his hand. One could see him shaking in anger. Orochi smirked inwardly on for it to be erased as he saw the man grow a smirk. The man said, "Oh, Orochimaru, I wouldn't be threatening anyone if I were you." This made Orochi's eyebrows to rise. Everything had been going according to plan, but this asshole was threatening him. A guy that could level most of this man's country. I want to see how this is going to develop. Really, for a person who cannot complete one task, you sure are talking a pretty big game. I would hope for your country's sake there are not many incompetent ninjas there. I mean, after all, you wouldn't want to fuck things up and have another war. Now do you? Orochimaru was definitely in this man's head. However, the man had grown a huge smirk on his face. You're right, Orochi. We could not possibly want the Sannin to beat us. But you do have something that we can take. I think his name is Naruto. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed. He rarely got angry, but when he did, it was cornering a rattlesnake. You were going to get hurt. Orochimaru lifted up his hand. With a swift move, 5 snakes came out of his sleeve. The 5 snakes grew as they wrapped around the man. As he tried to scream, the snakes constricted him even more. Orochimaru walked up to the head ninja. His eyes told the man he might have taken a step too far. Orochimaru pulled a kunai out of his pocket. He said with a threatening tone, "You have quickly forgotten your place. I do not condone a pathetic weakling like you threatening my son. At this time I don't give a flying fuck who told you, but I swear on your life if I find out you or any one of your people even put a hand on the boy, you will die. I'm going to give you a deterrent for your ignorance." Orochimaru showed his strength by jamming the kunai past the man's forehead protector and stabbing the man's eye. The man tried to scream, but could not say anything as the snakes made it impossible to breathe. The snakes sank their vipers into the man. He felt as if he was about to pass out. The snakes disappeared in a puff of smoke. Orochimaru said, "You will live for now with one eye. I gave you a reason to wear that stupid protector like that. Now get out of my sight. You little shit. If you fail me again, I will make you snake chow. Better yet, you will be my little experiment." The man, who was woozy and in deep pain, could only nodded. He disappeared into the shadowy trees, albeit in a painful manner. Orochi frowned as went back to his home. He had 6 months to prepare his departure and to train Naruto. As he thought about the man's threat, he could only think about was the boy's safety. Maybe the boy was becoming a liability to him after all. Orochimaru had been in his study reading up on the pathogens that he created for Naruto. It has been 4 months since Orochimaru had the conversation with the head ninja. During this time he had injected Naruto with the 2 newly created pathogens. Orochimaru saw that his window of injecting Naruto with any more bloodlines was quickly closing. Naruto's body had a very bad reaction to the 2 new injections. His body started to convulse and he almost lost Naruto. Orochimaru was quite disgusted with himself, seeing as he raised this boy and he has caused more pain than anyone else. Naruto, now 3 years old, was lucky that the QB was sealed inside of him, or else the pathogen would have surely ended his life. As he mulled over what had occurred, he saw the 2 almost 3-year-olds stumble into his study. "2-san, look at what I can do." Orochimaru, with curiosity evident on his face, watched the boy. Naruto dropped the kunai on the floor, creating a thud on contact. Orochi was not impressed but let the boy continue his act. Sure enough, Naruto pointed his finger at the kunai. Orochi's eyes went wide as he saw Naruto release a chakra string and connect it to the kunai. Naruto, with little to no difficulty, lifted the kunai up and caught it in his hand. Orochimaru's eyes went wide. Naruto had gained many side effects from the pathogens. Naruto grew about 6 inches during this time. His mind was able to process to things at a rate that should be impossible for a child his age. His vocabulary, with the help of Orochimaru, is astonishing. Orochi could see that Naruto had great command of his chakra. Naruto could be a huge threat in the immediate future. Orochimaru could tell that he would be great, especially if he could effectively use the chakra strings. He pulled out a little action figure toy and gave it to the young boy. Orochimaru said, "That's amazing, Naruto-kun. Can you make Mr. Leaf move without touching him?" It took a few moments for Naruto to understand. His blue eyes lit up. This was a test of his abilities. Orochimaru had given Naruto different types of tests like the alphabet and numbers. Whenever he did well on it, they would go train and afterwards either go to the park and or Ichiraku's. Orochi saw Naruto's eyes turn a slightly darker color. The boy saw the Mr. Leaf toy on the floor. To Naruto, it was as if the toy was edging him on. It was mocking him, and Naruto did not want to be mocked. He lifted his hand up. He concentrated his thoughts onto the figure as if it was the only thing there. With a slight grunt, not 1, not 2 but 5 chakra strings came out of Naruto's little hands. Orochi watched in fascination as Naruto's little fingers were able to conjure up these chakra strings. At this point, he didn't care if Naruto could make the toy dance. Just the mere fact he could make 5 chakra strings at the age of 2 is simply unbelievable. Naruto made it even more unbelievable when he used his control over the figure to make it dance. I did it too, San. I was able to make Mr. Leaf dance. Orochimaru could hear the boy's enthusiasm along with pride and satisfaction in his voice. It was good to see the boy was so proud of what he had done. He smiled as he pet the boy's head. He said, "Well done, Naruto-kun. I'm so proud of you. How about I give you a treat? We're gonna go outside in the backyard. Since today is a training day for Anko, I'll bring you with us so you can learn about the elements." Naruto had the look of confusion. He didn't know what the elements were fully, but anytime he was able to learn something, he would gladly do it. Naruto nodded with enthusiasm. Naruto wanted to see his friend Anko. Orochimaru took Anko as an official apprentice last year, but she has been around him for about 3 years since he came to the academy. She comes regularly and helps take care of Naruto. Orochimaru said, "Okay, Naruto-kun, I'll send Orenji to go get her." A few minutes passed until Anko got to Orochimaru's backyard. She was about 4 feet 9 inches tall. She has brownish amber pupil-less eyes. Her hair is light purple that went down to her neck. She had her mother's necklace around her neck. She saw her sensei teaching Naruto about the elements. Now, Naruto, this is called Katan. Katan is the ability to use fire. Naruto nodded as he saw Orochimaru use a fire jutsu. It was a small fire, but Naruto was fascinated by the wavering flames of fire. He wanted to touch the fire to feel its warmth. Orochimaru slapped Naruto's hand away as Naruto's hand was a little too close to the fire. "Naruto, the fire is very hot, you can burn yourself." Orochimaru scolded the boy. It wasn't the first time Naruto did something wrong and was scolded by it. He learned to not cry about it, as all the cry would do is make matters a lot worse. Anko decided to let her presence be known. "Good morning, sensei and Naruto-kun." She sat down right next to Naruto and ruffled his head as she watched her sensei work. Orochi smirked slightly as the fire flickered. He said, "Good morning, Anko-chan. I was just teaching Naruto here the basic elemental wheel. Now Naruto, the element that beats fire is what?" Naruto grew a thinking look on his face. Anko whispered something into his ear. He grew a big smile on his face. He said with excitement, "Suetun." Orochimaru replied, "That's correct, Naruto, even though Ms. Mitarashi did help answer the question. It takes much more ability to create the water than to manipulate what is already available and expel it from their mouths." Anko merely pouted as she huffed. Orochi did one hand sign and said, "Suetun. Ishui. Water style, water current." He drowned out the fire with water. The fire became smoke as the water moved all around. Orochi said, "Okay, Naruto, since Anko wants to help, what is weak against?" Once again, Anko whispered something inaudible into Naruto's ears. Naruto said, "It's Raitun." Orochi chuckled at the duo. He said, "Unfortunately, the answer is actually Doton." Anko and the boy's eyes went wide. Anko asked, "Why is it Doton?" Lightning naturally would use water as a conductor to enhance its ability. It would take water at least 1.5 times the amount to overcome lightning. Orochimaru was smirking up a storm. He liked that Anko was actually thinking about her answers to Naruto. She was a perfect student, as she was willing to learn anything and could do anything with ease. He said, "You are right, but I want you to look at the Hokage mountain. The mountain is washed and cleaned with water. It takes time for water to destroy it. Can soak it up and hold it for a long time. Lightning is a little different. Yes, lightning can be effective against water. However, with water, the lightning spreads. So if you create a water shield and a lightning attack comes at you instead of a direct hit, the lightning will be spread to the sides. Of course, it would break the shield, but the lightning will not hit. Think of it like this: a spark can create a fire or full-blown energy." Orochimaru saw a big puddle or water where the fire was. He did a hand sign and said, "Doton Mono Sugoi, earth release, earth shattering." Soon enough, the earth shattered around the puddle. The puddle fell through the cracks of the shattered ground. Orochi said, "You see what I mean?" Anko and Naruto nodded slowly, as the former understood much better than the latter. Orochi said, "Doton has the ability to change the strength and composition of the earth from being as hard as metal to as soft as clay, as well as manipulating their density, making them heavier or lighter. Now, since this is the case, what would be the weakness of Doton?" Anko had to think about it. That's a hard one. Doton is the earth, so what could it be? She was at a loss. However, Naruto wasn't. He just yelled out Raiton. Orochimaru stopped mid-step. Shock was evident on his pale face. He could not believe it. He wouldn't believe it. He asked with a slight hesitation, What did you say? Naruto clapped his hands as he repeated, Tusan. It is Raiton. Nope. Orochimaru was not hearing things. He said, That's correct, Naruto-kun. Anko-chan, I'm disappointed that you didn't get this one right. She huffed at her sensei as he continued. The reason is can easily travel through and break the ground apart. Raiton allows the user to generate lightning by increasing the high-frequency vibrations of their chakra, allowing for piercing damage and fast movement. It does not move as fast as true lightning. Instead, due to the control the user has to exert over it, it moves far slower. What would that mean for the opponent, Anko-chan? Anko said without hesitation, it can give opponents time to still react, just like Kakashi's Chidori, right? Naruto was confused. He didn't know what a Chidori was, or for that matter a Kakashi, so instead he just listened to see what he can find out. Orochi really didn't like talking about that boy, but for this point in Raiton, he is necessary. Orochi commented. Kakashi is a different case altogether. He is able to quicken the lightning by a substantial amount. Normally a move like that would be an execution style when the opponent has no way of moving. The move itself is too straight. However, the reason it became signature move was because of something terrible. Naruto was of course intrigued. He watched his father talk about this Kakashi character and his Chiori or whatever it is called. Anko said after digesting the info, What is so terrible about him that it actually gives him the advantage? Orochimaru said, The reason it is terrible, or actually I would say deadly, is because if he uses it too much he will die. He spelled it out for Naruto wouldn't catch on, or so he hoped. Naruto's mind started to hurt because he had so many questions bottled up. He just had to know something. He said in his squeak-like voice, Dry? What's a kashi and how will it dry? Orochimaru cracked a smile. The boy could be very smart and intelligent, but sometimes you got to remember you are dealing with a 2-year-old. He made a shadow clone and said, Naruto-kun, my clone here is going to teach you how to draw inside. Anko and I have some adult ninja stuff to talk about. Naruto had a visible pout on his face. He wanted to know what a Kakashi was and how it dried. He relented, however, as he probably was not going to get his answer. He said, Okay, Tusan. Orochi smiled as he saw Naruto leave. He looked at his female apprentice and said, Okay, Anko-chan. You wanted to know about Kakashi. To be quite honest, his ability to use the Chidori is more of a consolation prize to what's going on. As you know, he lost his eye in the war. She rolled her eyes as she replied, Everyone knows that. I don't really see anything important about that. Orochimaru mentally frowned. Lately she has been more brash. She used to be so quiet and attentive, but now she has gotten loud. Maybe it's because she has been around Naruto. Or vice versa. He sighed inwardly. Well, Anko-chan, what you did not know is that he lost his teammate. His name was Obito Uchiha. Anko's eyes went wide. Her mouth had officially closed her mouth and listened to her sensei more intently. Let me tell you about the Sharingan. The Sharingan is a special eye as it has 7 more optical nerves and visual cortex than any other eye. The optical nerves send the illusions and visions to the brain. With the Sharingan there are 7 more of those. 3 of them are created by the body. The other 4 are created by the chakra of the user. With these nerves one's perception and visualization is grown 7-fold. For this to work, there are spots on the tangents and cotangents of the eyes that must connect with these nerves. The 4 chakra-induced ones do not activate until the Sharingan has been activated. Anko was surprised by this. She never knew about the extended detail of the Sharingan. Orochi continued. From what the reports say, and that I confirmed for myself, is that Obito Uchiha had in fact activated the Sharingan before he died. He sacrificed himself and more importantly his eye to his teammates. His other teammate Rin was a great medic. She with much reluctance took Obito's eye out perfectly. She took out the nerves from each spot. The problem came when she implanted Obito's eye into Kakashi's eye socket. To do the procedure, it takes a lot of time to get it just right. With the Sharingan it takes 3 times longer. In addition, this was during a time of war. She has done the procedure before, but this was different. She connected the wrong nerves into the wrong spots in the tangents. She didn't know about it at the time that she hooked the chakra ocular nerve into the blood tangent and the blood ocular nerve to the chakra tangent. The result is that with the chakra ocular nerve connected to the blood tangent, the Sharingan can never be deactivated. The worst part is the blood nerve being connected to the chakra tangent. Due to the fact that the Sharingan cannot be deactivated, the chakra tangent is trying to absorb the chakra from the blood nerve. In doing this, it is taking chakra away from his body. The chakra does not return once absorbed. So basically, he will die from having no chakra. Anko's eyes were wide. She thought, Orochimaru-sensei never tells everything but what changed? This is so unlike him. She said, Sensei, why would you tell me everything? It is so unlike you. Orochimaru smirked at his apprentice. That was the Anko he knew, the smart and the inquisitive Anko. He said, Well, Anko, there is one piece of advice I will give you. A dead body tells more than a living one. Anko was deep in thought about what her sensei said. However, something felt wrong. She quickly tried to pull out a kunai from her waist bag, but it was too late. Orochi whispered in her ear, Your body will be the perfect indicator along with the others. You will show me your true strength. His canine teeth grew into vipers as he bit the nape of Anko's neck. She started to convulse. She started to become feverish as her vision became blurry. On her neck a seal started to appear. It was almost like a tattoo. The last thing she said as Orochimaru lifted her up. Why Orochimaru-sensei? Orochi is not one for miscalculation. Miscalculation of anything could result in death. However, Orochimaru miscalculated his son's determination. Orochimaru took him inside the house, but it was only a few kilometers away from the real Orochi and Anko. As Orochi's clone was teaching him drawing techniques, Naruto's ear was twitching. His hearing was amazing as he could hear from at most 300 kilometers away. So while Naruto was drawing, he heard everything and it was buried deep into his head. No one could ever doubt how smart Orochimaru was. He knew how curious Naruto could be. Naruto had more than once been caught in Orochimaru's library. He caught Orochimaru off guard when he asked him about Fuinjutsu. Of course, he didn't say the word correctly, but Orochi knew what word he tried to say. Orochi had started to teach Naruto how to create seals by showing him how to draw. Naruto had shown great skills in drawing the seals. Orochimaru kind of hoped he would be great with seals, especially with who his parents are. Naruto had finished his drawing. Orochi had his smirk on his face. Orochi said, Very good, Naruto. Now let's try. A month has passed and Naruto turned 3. He has grown so much in his abilities. His drawings were a few steps away from being complete. Orochimaru has been teaching Naruto how to punch and kick. Now Naruto, try this. Orochimaru did a side kick into a tree. The tree broke in half. Naruto blinked his eyes as the tree fell down. He looked incredulously at his father. Tusan, I don't think I can dash. He pointed at the tree that was on the floor. Orochi had a small chuckle to himself. He kneeled down to the boy and patted his head. He said, Naruto, I don't plan on you breaking the tree. That is something you could do when you're older. For now, I want you to practice the kick. I'll do it with you. He reassured the boy as the boy nodded. Naruto got into position as he counted to himself the numbers. Ready, go. Hiya! He kicked the tree. The tree didn't have a dent in it. Naruto was disappointed as he knew he wasn't going to dent it. But he tried and tried again, all in vain. Orochi saw that the kick was not gaining any power. He said, Naruto, put more strength on your kicking leg, not on the back leg. Remember that leg is used to keep you up. Naruto nodded as he go into position. He put all of his concentration onto the twice as tall tree. He went for the kick with a Hiya. Naruto's kick was a good one. However, his legs kept going up. His eyes went wide as he was losing balance in his back leg. Orochimaru looked at Naruto's form. He didn't expect Naruto to be like Mato guy. Even Mato had trouble with taijutsu when he was 3. Maybe if I do a mini spar with him, I could probably see what he can do. He said, Naruto, that's good, but you put too much concentration on the kick and not the balance. Naruto nodded as he got ready to kick the tree again. Naruto-kun, you're not going to hit the tree again. We're going to have a little competition. If you win, you can have ramen. But if I win, we get my favorite food. Orochimaru realized how to get Naruto to do things, such as sparring with his whole heart, by the offer of ramen. Was it a good thing? To Orochi, it got the job done. Naruto asked, "Tsum, what happened to Anko-chan?" Every day since her disappearance, Naruto has been asking where she went. Orochi frowned as the thought of Naruto finding out might mess everything up. He said, "Anko-chan is out on a mission by the Hokage. She should be back soon." Naruto just nodded, although he felt something nagging in the back of his head. Orochi got into the Hibi stance, as Naruto got into a miniature version of it. Orochi smiled as his adopted son tried to copy him. Orochi saw that the stance had many flaws, but that was expected. He said, "Ready, get set, Hajime." Naruto ran towards Orochimaru. He threw a punch that Orochi blocked easily. Orochi threw a soft punch to Naruto. To Naruto, however, the punch came at the speed of light. He went into a panic and ducked. He followed up with a sweep kick. Orochimaru frowned as he allowed Naruto to kick him. He didn't move an inch. He grabbed the boy by the collar. He weakly threw him to the other side. Naruto panicked too early. He needs to calm down and follow through. Let's see how he does in the second round. Naruto got up and got into stance once again. He panted as the initial fear of facing him was gone. He didn't rush this time. Instead, he picked up a kunai from the ground. He threw the kunai swiftly at the Hibi Sannin. The speed of the kunai no longer surprised the Sannin. He knew it came faster than a kid of 3 could throw. He deflected it as Naruto ran towards him. "I see you're trying to distract me." Naruto threw a punch. Unfortunately for Orochimaru, Naruto put all his strength into his fist as he punched Orochimaru in his testicles. Orochimaru's eyes went wide as everything went numb. He tried to squeal, but his body went into shock as fell over, clutching his side. Naruto's eyes went wide. He won. He exclaimed, "Yes, I beat Tsum." Tsum went down to the ground. "I'm getting free ramen." That was the last thing on Orochimaru's mind. Orochimaru has not been the same since that morning excursion. His hands have been constantly shaking as his hair was frayed. Naruto got his ramen at Orochimaru's expense. Right now, Orochimaru had a visitor outside of the walls of Konoha. "Now, did you get the sample?" Orochi asked with a slightly agitated voice. Orochimaru was not in the mood for failure. His slit eyes peered into his visitor's eye. The guy's body was visibly shaking as he felt the Hibi-sannin's killer intent rise. He said, "Orochimaru-sama, I got the sample. Here it is." He pulled out a vial of liquid. He lightly placed it into the Hibi-sannin's hand. Orochimaru carefully inspected the vial. He didn't fully trust the guy, but he wasn't going to deal with him. Yet, the man breathed easier as Orochi pocketed the vial. The man said, "Now how about the Uchiha and the Hyuga? I'll be here dash." "No. No. What do you mean no? I got you the samples and everything and you tell me no. Who the hell do you think you are?" Orochi calmly looked at the man who was basically foaming at the mouth. He said, "I would like for you to keep your voice down or somebody might see you before it's time. Now it seems someone is being greedy. We agreed on the Hyuga. The Uchiha was not in the discussion or else the demand would have been much more." The man growled at the Hibi-sannin. He said, "Fine. I'll trade you the male Hyuga for a male Uchiha." Orochi's eyes narrowed at the man. He did not like being put in a situation like this. He said, "No can do. There is only a 1/4 chance that an Uchiha can produce and a 1/16 chance of a Sharingan child. Since I did not check the genetics of any of the Uchiha children, I'm pretty damn sure that you are not going to be able to steal 4 Uchihas and a Hyuga, so I sincerely suggest that you cut your losses on the Uchiha. Now, when are you scheduled to come for this peace treaty your Kage came up with?" The man had to reel himself in before he got himself killed. He said with anger lacing his words, "I'll be here in 2 weeks." Orochi nodded as he said, "Good, I'll see you then." With that, Orochimaru disappeared in a swirl of leaves, leaving a furious visitor to fume. A week has gone by and Orochi was a patient man. He knew what he had in his possession was another piece to his ultimate chimera. The problem was, did he want to finish it? He saw the effects of the last time, but he knew that this was the last time. He didn't waste time bartering with a certain group for their genetics. Orochi had to find and create different things for almost every member in order to get the genetics. With that in his mind, he was going to do it. He was mulling over things when a cobra poofed into existence. The cobra's full length was a few inches taller than his summoner. He is a dull gold-colored cobra. He has 5 black and yellow stripes going down his back. Orochi recognized him instantly. He said, "Ko, how is the construction of the project going?" The newly named Ko said, "Orochimaru-sama, the building is going along smoothly. In a few years it will be fully operational. We have many recruits helping out. It helps that they are so lively with music. You sure know how to pick them." Orochimaru grinned as his side project was working out well. "That's excellent, Ko-kun. Now, how about the toy rooms?" Orochi has been busy using his Sannin rights. He has been setting up toy rooms all over High no Kuni while the snake summons watched over Naruto. He asked the snakes to watch over his playhouses while he was in Konoha. Ko said, "Orochimaru-sama, that is the reason I'm here. Someone has found toy for." Orochimaru's eyes narrowed at this. That toy room currently held his Anko-chan and others. He snarled at the cobra as he spoke. "Who found it and why wasn't I told immediately? Tell me now." The cobra slightly coiled as Orochi's killing intent rose. He said, "It was Konoha's ANBU. Hiruzen Sarutobi was not known as the shinobi no kami for nothing. He had noticed some unusual things in the village hidden in the leaves. He has not heard anything from Jiraiya in a while. The last thing he had heard was that he was following this group that are supposedly targeting S-ranked ninjas to join them. He didn't know what to believe with that, as there are only a few S-ranked ninjas in the world, himself included, and for a person or a group to actually gather them all together for one cause sounds downright impossible. However, in a ninja world where people are able to manipulate the elements, anything is possible. He was going to put that in the back of his mind for now. The other problem has been Orochimaru and Naruto. His plan was to have Naruto become a Sarutobi. However, that could not happen unless by a small minuscule chance Orochi gave up on Naruto. That was the plan anyway, for Orochi, being the perfectionist he is, to give up on an imperfect baby. Sarutobi was wrong, dead wrong. Orochi has become possibly the perfect father. That is the part that is him. No one can be the perfect father. He had to have at least dropped the boy. Naruto has been downright polite, sincere, articulate for a child his age, and overall happy. For heaven's sake, there was not even a hair out of place according to the doctor's report. This was not right, and Sarutobi knew it. He just could not prove it. The final thing on his mind was this peace treaty with Kumo. Kumo could be described as two things: aggressive and cunning. They were the snakes that bit you when you are not around. He was not stupid. He was aware of their plans. He knew Kumo set this ploy up to possibly steal something, more specifically someone. The question is always who. Then there was that purple-haired genin. She went missing a month or so ago. This was the 10th abduction in the last few months. She was supposedly on mission with her team, but the presiding jonin said she wasn't even on the team. Although she was an orphan after the Kyuubi attack, there were a few that actually cared for her well-being. His mind went a mile a minute as he had to be smart about this. If everything goes correctly, he could avoid any unnecessary fighting, a peace treaty, and a round of good lightning country smokes. That, unfortunately, could only happen in a perfect world. In a blur, a female ANBU member kneeled in front of his spacious office. He gained a stern look on his face as he said, "Report!" The female stood up and bowed at her leader. She took off her mask, taking off the genjutsu that it activates when it is on. She said, "Hokage-sama, we found someone has experimental lab that was not authorized by you or the daimyo of High no Kuni." Hiruzen's eyes went wide as he quickly narrowed them. This was not something he wanted to happen at this particular time. His thoughts were grating his nerves as he looked at the woman. The female ANBU was 5 feet, 7 inches tall. She had jade green eyes. Her most prominent feature is her hair. Her hair was a bright pink that went down the middle of her back. Her figure was more athletic, with her bust being a medium B. Her face was more stoic as she watched her leader. The Sandaime said in a serious tone, "What did you find in this lab? Do not leave any details out." She could feel it. The Sandaime's killing intent was rising quickly. She felt like suffocating as his old weary eyes had become stern and showed the power of the old man. She kept a calm demeanor as she spoke. "Hokage-sama, my team had found 10 abducted ninjas in tubes. 9 are dead. The one who survived whatever had happened to them is the missing genin Anko Mitarashi. She is merely unconscious." Sarutobi's eyes were grim. The 9 abducted people who died were actually the cream of the crop for the new generation. This was a major setback. Who would do this to these people? How did Anko survive? Maybe she would be the one that give them an indication of who it is. He said, "Inu Saru, Tora report." In an instant 3 ANBU members were on kneeling in front of the Hokage and the ANBU female. The 2 to the right looked exactly the same as the mask put a genjutsu over their appearance. The first person was a little odd-looking. Although he is supposed to be an ordinary ANBU, he is very noticeable. He has gravity-defying silver hair. He is about 6 feet 3 inches tall. He wore a black t-shirt with the special ANBU vest with black pants. On his arm, he had the Konoha version of the ANBU symbol. Hiruzen lit up his pipe. He pushed a button under the desk. When he touched the button, a red barrier encircled the room. No sound or anything could be heard or shown outside of the barrier. He said, "On this day, we will be conducting a task force. This is an S-ranked mission. As you know, we will have a high member of Kumogakure no Sato coming to Konoha in a week's time. Kumo is a little shady because of their overly aggressive wants of bloodlines. Another problem is there was an illegal lab found. This lab has the 10 missing genin that we lost, including one Anko Mitarashi. She is the only one to have survived the ordeal. Too many variables and factors have clouded our picture. Your 4 squads are going to wash the picture's glass. Now this is how it will go. Tora, you and your squad are going to beef up the security around the borders. In addition, you are going to the clan heads and make sure that they have security on all the children and clan heirs. This will last for 3 weeks. You are going to report to the commander after you are finished. Now, Saru, your squad's job is going to search the perimeter of Hai no Kuni. I want your squad to find all unauthorized labs around. You do not and will not enter these labs. These labs are more than likely to be booby-trapped. So if you find them, mark it down and report it to your commander so we can send the appropriate team to the location. Finally, Inu, your task is the most dangerous. Inu looked at his leader with slight confusion. He replied, "Hokage-sama, what is so dangerous about this mission? My group has Karasu, Nico, Ryu, and myself. We are a pretty powerful team with great teamwork." The Sandaime took a puff of his pipe. He knew that Inu wasn't questioning his authority but merely the term he used to describe the mission. Rumor has it that this group took on 100 me by themselves. But that's just a rumor after all. Hiruzen took another puff and said, "Inu, your squad will have an S-ranked recon mission. An S-ranked recon mission has only been done 3 times in the history of Konoha. The mission cannot go wrong or else someone dies." This was serious and Inu knew it. Inu became quiet as he listened to the Hokage. "Now, Inu, your job is the hardest. This mission becomes a failure, not only will you but the whole squad will be charged with treason. So you must be swift and effective." Treason hit Inu and the pink-haired ANBU member hard. Inu gulped as he asked, "Hokage-sama, what is the mission?" The Hokage took a deep breath and sighed. He looked out into the window, seeing the Hokage mountain and children playing. He said, "Inu, your job is to infiltrate and steal all evidence in the house of Orochimaru." Orochimaru nearly lost his mind. Yes, Orochimaru showed his anger for the first time in a long time. He literally threw a chair past 3 rooms, shattering the chair in pieces. The Cobra, Ko, cowered under a table as Orochimaru destroyed most of the furniture in the room. It took Orochimaru 20 minutes to stop destroying the furniture. He panted as his now red eyes were fixated on the Cobra. He said, "How the fuck did NBU find it, and why that son of bitch is not 6 feet under?" Ko could not breathe as he felt the killing intent of Orochimaru was suffocating him. He could barely even look the Hibi Sannin eye to eye as he said, "Orochimaru-sama, from what I was told, The group got lost after a disorientating fight and stumbled onto it. From what the snakes guarding the place said, the commander did a powerful futonjutsu that kept them preoccupied. She was able to disable all the traps with ease. I have never seen anything like that in my life. Orochi's red eyes went wide as he thought of the ANBU who could do that. It took Orochi a moment until he realized who it was. He smashed the last piece of furniture into 2 pieces, scaring KO even more. He growled, "That fucking bitch! KO, tell the other snakes to activate all the traps. I mean all of them. The next person who comes into the lab will be 6 feet under. Now I need to give Naruto the final syringe and take care of it. Damn it to hell, Konoha is a problem and a fucking half. All they do is make things worse and fuck everything up. Especially that Haruno bitch. He didn't know how right he was." During the week, the civilians have been decorated the village as the upcoming treaty would create an alliance with Kumo. The civilians were whispering and were absolutely giddy. The thought of upcoming business brought such joy. This was not the same sentiment of the shinobi of Konoha. It wasn't all that long ago that the Third Shinobi War was still going on. Kumo was an instigator to the tension of IWA and Konoha. One of the rumors was that one of their premier Kumo Jonin actually killed the Tsukukige's older daughter, and it was said that the Yondaime Hokage did it. But that's just a rumor. They did not trust Kumo one bit. The tension grew higher as each day came closer. Danzo was of course on edge. He knows Kumo was going to do something. He had some associations with Kumo in the past. They had a falling out 20+ years ago when a trade fell through the cracks. The trade was supposed to be capturing of the Jinchuriki of Konoha in exchange for the 2 tails and 8 tails. Kumo failed because of the future Yondaime Hokage when he was at age 8. That was embarrassing for Kumogakure. However, this did bring hope for the future shinobi in Konoha. Speaking of which, a flash appeared before Danzo. Danzo sat in his chair as his second-in-command was bowing down at him. Danzo said in his monotonous voice, "Fukushu, how is Operation Adopt going?" Operation Adopt has been in effect for 3 years. Danzo had delightedly surprised from what he has seen from it. They have gained of 700 children. 1/3 of those children have bloodlines running through their veins. These children have been growing towards the way Danzo wanted them to be. The perfect soldiers. The children were fed normal amounts of food, but their toys were actually weapons. They were taught different things including fighting and that sort, while the older children were grouped into 2s and learned how to work together and how to survive with the essential teachings like cooking. Yes, Danzo's dream was coming true. Fukushu said, "Danzo-sama, everything is going on full cylinders. The little seedlings are starting to develop. There is one, however, that has developed before time. His number is 1919. He has shown great skills in the art of sumijutsu, ink techniques. He has made creatures at the tender age of 3. He had even made on come to life for a whole minute. That is extraordinary for a child, especially at 3. Hearing Fukushu's inner giddiness about this group, Danzo smiled inwardly as he said, "The new age of Rude is here." Naruto had awakened with immense pain. He never felt pain like this in his life. He screamed as his tears fell freely. He tried to get up to go to his father's room, but the pain, a surge of lightning, went through the Naruto's body. He screamed out in pain and fear, "To-san, help, please." Orochimaru did not sleep. He learned from a young age during the wars that sleep was the enemy. Orochimaru simply meditated. However, since he had Naruto with him, meditating has become even more of a problem. With his sensitive ears, he could hear Naruto's whimpers, especially when Orochi injected the pathogens into his system. He sighed as his mind wandered after injecting Naruto with that final pathogen. His ear twitched. He heard that scream only once. He quickly jumped up. The last time Naruto screamed, it was the pathogen before this one where he convulsed and almost died. He didn't know what was going on or what was going to happen. As Naruto convulsed on the floor as lightning formed around him. As the lightning went through the floor into the electrical outlets, causing the house's lights to flicker off and on, he tried to utter some coherent words, but his body stopped him. Orochi quickly tried to open the door. However, when he touched the doorknob, his body was shocked with enough volts to kill a small animal. He pulled his hand back as shocks went through his body. He gritted his teeth as he kicked the door open. What Orochimaru saw made his heart stop. There he was, Naruto the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, laying on the floor unconscious with lightning and energy flowing through him to every part of his room. As the lightning hit from one place to another, it looked like a light show that Orochi didn't want any part of. He yelled, "Naruto, are you okay? Speak to me." He tried to get close to the boy. Boom. A thread of blue lightning struck Orochimaru deep into his chest. Orochi was thrown back into the wall as he clutched his chest. He opened his eyes and saw Naruto convulsing as the lightning show was destroying the room. His thoughts were scrambled as the pain went through his body, from his toes all the way to his fingertips. What have done? I got to reach him, but how? I need some type of an insulator. Damn, I need some type of rubber suit. I could get the one in the lab, but it might be too late. I could throw myself up, but the pain will still be there. Wait a minute, the angular projection of the lightning never hits the floor. I got it. Orochi was not stupid. This is why he is considered one of the best shinobi alive. He did a few hand signs and slammed his hand to the ground and said, "Kuchios no jutsu." In a puff of smoke, a snake appeared. It was 10 feet long head to tail. His was a cobalt blue with yellow stripes going along its back. He has blue and yellow slit eyes. He had a large horn on the top of his head. Orochimaru wheezed out with pain going through his lungs. "Rakurenio, I need you to conduct the lightning into your horn." The newly named Rakurenio said, "Orochimaru-sama, as much as I would love to take up all the electricity as it would be a delicious snack, ZZZP taking all of that electricity, would ZZZP kill young Naruto? That is not normal ZZZP lightning or electricity. This is not chakra ZZZP laced. I've never seen ZZZP like this before. It's like the lightning is natural ZZZP, but Naruto had somehow is bending it to his will ZZZP, but it went terribly wrong ZZZP. I can deflect the chakra enough to allow you suppress Naruto's chakra control. Once you do that ZZZP, I could absorb my snack." Orochi's eyes were wide from Rakurenio's explanation. He couldn't really comment, as did a certain hand sign. On his hands were 5 kanji symbols. The first is the kanji sign for metal. The second one is the symbol for wood. The third one is the symbol for water. The fourth one is the symbol for fire. The final one is the symbol for earth. He said, "I am ready, whenever you are, Rakurenio." The snake nodded as it quickly took hold of the lightning charge. Soon all the electricity was focused on Rakurenio. This was as painful as it could get for the snake, as its purpose was to eat the electricity, not absorb and deflect. It was like letting the prey beat up the predator. He hissed at Orochimaru as the lightning was going through his body unnaturally. "What are you ZZZP waiting for? Go get the boy and stop him *ZZP* before I become ashes." Orochimaru was a little frozen. To him, he saw not one but 2 individuals he held in high regard were dying. He never froze up like this before and didn't like it at all. He felt useless. It was not until Rakurenio yelled at him to realize that he had to do something. He rushed towards the boy and flipped him over. He could see, even with Naruto's eyes wide open, that Naruto was deeply unconscious and had a great possibility of dying. He heard Naruto whisper with life knocking on death's door, "Help me, Tsusan." He did what he had to do. With much regret, he said, "Sorry about this, Naruto, but this is the only way. Gojio Fuin, 5 elemental seal." He pressed the 5 symbols onto Naruto's stomach. Rakurenio's body started to feel the heat coursing through his body. He shuddered as he knew if Orochi doesn't do something quick, he would be done for. He slitted his eyes as he could feel the lightning gaining momentum over his body. Here it was his end. He closed his eyes tighter as he waited for the kill. Nothing. He opened his eyes to see the lightning had become wild. He smirked as his body was slightly charred. He saw the lightning just waiting to be eaten as he drew the lightning sparks to himself and ate it. His body started to have a charge with a smile on his face. He licked his lips with satisfaction. He looked over to see the boy and concern washed over him. He said, "Orochi-sama, how is young ZZZP Naruto doing?" Orochi was not quiet but silent. He didn't know what to really say. Naruto has a 85% chance of living. The lightning that was surging through him did not zap all of his chakra. That in itself scared Orochimaru, as that means it has 2 explanations. The first is that Naruto has the possibility of having way too much chakra. It is possible to have more than a chunin. That is too scary of thought that a 3-year could have that much chakra flowing through him. Yet the second thought is actually worse. Orochi didn't feel it, but he couldn't be sure that the Kyuubi's chakra is flowing through Naruto's core chakra system. If that is the case, then Naruto will become a ticking time bomb. He could even be the poster boy for what happens when abused children grow up to be. The thoughts clouded his mind as he felt something tugging on him. Rakurenio heard nothing from Orochi, so he decided to slither to the Hibi-Sannin. He tugged onto his sleeve as Orochi went into a mental shock. He was still not responding, so Rakurenio took it upon himself to give Orochi a little bit of shock therapy. He bit Orochi's ankle, sending a few volts through his body. Orochi's eyes went wide as he felt the voltage go up and down his body. It was not nearly enough to kill or do permanent damage, but it still gave the Hibi-Sannin a jolt. He looked down and saw Rakurenio positive and negative charged vipers still out. Rakurenio said to the Hibi-Sannin as he retracted his vipers, "Are you okay, Orochimaru-sama? You zoned out ZZZP on me less than a few moments ZZZP after the battle." Orochi looked at the snake with his yellow weary eyes. The snake felt empathy for the man as he sighed. Orochi said with a dead tone, "None of this should have happened, Rakurenio. The plan had been to build this boy up, and then I could simply take his body. But it went wrong. Everything went fucking wrong." The frustration has caught up with Orochimaru, and Rakurenio knew it. Although Rakurenio is young in summon years, he has been with Orochimaru for 20 years. Rakurenio has been through it all with Orochimaru. He said in a calm voice, "Orochi-sama, you don't get it. Of course this plan was going to have setbacks that would cripple it. Personally, I thought the plan would fail because of the fact that most people would have died with one bloodline reaction. Naruto is truly remarkable in that aspect. Now the other aspect is what has been the human aspect. What has been lost on you is love. Ever since what happened to Ophelia Dash. Don't you bring her into this." Orochi snarled as his fists shook from visible Rakurenio anger. Rakurenio was not afraid of Orochi by any means. He had nerves of titanium. He was calm as he spoke. "Orochi, don't be so haste. This is about 35% about ZZZP Ophelia. In fact, that is why you came up with this ZZZP concoction of a plan. You know ZZZP it, and I know it. Ever since the incident ZZZP, you have lost the ability to love. You have become cold, and that's coming from a ZZZP cold-blooded summon. You have always been manipulative ZZZP, I'll give you that, but the scientific degrading of human life has become ZZZP appalling. You are experimenting with people's ZZZP lives. Naruto is a different case ZZZP altogether. You raised him like he was your very own. He has a personality that is like a ZZZP magnetic attraction. He has something about him that brings people, animals, ZZZP even summons to him. He even melted your heart. So tell me, did you plan ZZZP on that? Naruto was the X factor. Orochi was not calmed by this, as Rakurenio was right. He didn't calculate Naruto the human factor. That was one variable that has quite possibly destroyed his plans. He said with venom getting stronger with each passing word. So Rakurenio, if this is the case, then what does Ophelia have to do with it? You are just as bad as the others. Everyone always wants to bring up things that do not need to be there. Rakurenio was not surprised by Orochi's demeanor. His ice-cold demeanor was cracking, and he needed to push it just a little further. Orochi, you don't remember ZZZP, do you? You forgot what your inspiration for this whole plan was. Your plan is to be all-powerful and immortal. That's true. However, you wanted to be immortal to keep researching dash. Shut up. Just shut up. I don't need this right now. If you want to help things, then help me bring Naruto into the chamber. I'm going to conduct a series of tests on the boy to see how his body is holding up. We will not discuss this ever again. Do you understand, Rakurenio? Rakurenio looked at the mentally weakened Orochimaru with pity. He couldn't get him to break yet, but this is an excellent start. He thought. With all those scars in his soul, he needs to have closure. Wait a minute. Talking about scars, that energy should have at least gave Naruto a dozen wounds. Yet he doesn't have a single scratch on him. He said, Orochi-sama, there's something wrong. Really, really wrong. Orochi really didn't want to talk yet. He needed to know if there is anything wrong. He sneered. What is wrong now, Rakurenio? Rakurenio rolled his eyes at Orochimaru. The Hibi-Sannin was not in the mood, but Rakurenio didn't care. He knew this was more important than Orochimaru's mental disarray. He said, "Oroki-sama, the energy that was emitted by Naruto is quite troublesome. You see, although Naruto's body was emitting it, he had no such control. This means it is on its own." Orochimaru nodded at this but really didn't see any problem other than lack of control. He asked quizzically, "Okay, so he couldn't control the lightning. I didn't expect him to, but what does have to do with anything?" Rakurenio knew that Orochi was not catching on, so he replied, "Think about it. What happens when lightning hits metal or even a tree? The lightning would leave scorch marks. Now look at the walls, there are scorch marks all over the place. Along with that, have you ever seen a light bulb that is blown because of too much voltage?" Orochimaru snapped, "What's the point? You're not making any sense." Orochi was still not understanding what the blue and yellow snake was talking about. The snake sighed as he continued, "Orochi, you gotta think. If Naruto's body couldn't control the lightning, then why the hell does he not have any scorch marks or burns anywhere on his body? He didn't have any cuts or anything like that." Orochi stopped in mid-stride as his eyes went wide. He could only utter, "Oh my Kami." The rest of the night was calm for Orochi. Orochi was still in his lab watching the young boy with a mask on floating in a tube with a green liquid. It seems that the boy is in a medically induced state of unconsciousness. He already determined that Naruto was going to be in there for a week's time. As Naruto floated, Rakurenio decided to watch as he, like most of the snake summons, have grown attached to the boy. The only one who doesn't like him all that much was Manda, but didn't like almost anyone. He barely tolerates Orochimaru. This boy has caused a conflict of interest. The snakes considered Naruto the next heir of the snake summons. He would be the perfect candidate. He was fun and looked naturally harmless, but he is high deceptive and will catch anyone off guard. He is actually quite the charmer. Rakurenio sighed as he saw the possible catalyst to the restoration of separation of the summons. Floating in the green tube. There has been a resistance brewing among the snake summons. Manda and his followers have become darker in their way of thinking and actions. They have started to go the old way of thinking, making the snake summons look like evil, deceptive creatures that represent all that is wrong with the world. This is causing a rift in their world, and they hope he can fix it. He could only sigh as he looked at Summoner. He asked, "Orochimaru-sama, what are the tests indicating?" Orochimaru had been conducting tests since the event. Naruto's diagnostics were showing normal numbers. His bones were perfectly intact. In fact, they were stronger. It was normal as he was still growing for his bones to be sturdy. However, his bone development increased dramatically. It was worrisome, but Orochi had to keep calm. He said, "Rakurenio, there are a lot of abnormalities with the boy. Some of these abnormalities have been here since the beginning, like having perfect vision, mind capacity, being able to hear a mile away, his ability to sniff out anything, even his chakra levels. Tonight his tests showed even more abnormalities. His bones are much denser than before, his body is more flexible, his chakra control is almost pinpoint without training it, and the biggest abnormality is the rapid regeneration. Rapid regeneration is a double-edged sword. Cells naturally regenerate, but not this quickly. It basically like layaway. With rapid regeneration, one cell's come back almost as quickly as that cell left. However, because of how quick he regenerates, he is killing the cell's life at a much quicker rate. So for example, if hypothetically his lifespan originally was 80 years, if he keeps regenerating at this rate, it could cut it down to 60 years. That is a 20-year drop-off. But Naruto's genealogy has changed that possibly. The Uzumakis live long lives. Some Uzumakis have reached the age of 160. With that being the case, losing 20 years would mean he could live up to 140 years. That is the best-case scenario with the 20-year problem. The second problem deals with what I injected into him. It is the Mokuton genes. The genes slow down the cell's life almost to a crawl. This is done by the force of nature's chakra. That particular chakra can overtake the cells and keeps it going. What is interesting is that Naruto should not be able to naturally gain this ability unless he is a direct descendant of the Shodai. This is quite interesting. As Orochimaru was rambling to himself, Rakurenio was skeptical about the Mokuton. He asked, "Orochimaru-sama, Can you explain how you can tell that from Naruto being in a tube? It doesn't make much sense. Orochi saw the skepticism on Rakarenio's face. It was natural, as anyone could throw out different terminology, and it doesn't make much sense. Orochi pulled out Naruto's lab results and showed it to him. He said, "You see, I took a sample of Naruto's blood. I tested it by putting a drop under the microscope. When compared to not one but 1,000 samples, I was able to tell how much oxygen and other things are in the cell. As to the nature's chakra, I was able to place some into a few cells not of Naruto's. With the variety of the samples, I was able to conclude that nature chakra can make a cell to live up to 400 years. That is, of course, without a person getting injured. So along with Naruto's genes and nature's chakra, the rapid regeneration becomes a plus, then a minus." Rakarenio could only blink at this scientist. He didn't understand the explanation, and at this point he didn't want to. He said, "Okay, Orochimaru-sama, if you say ZZZP so. I don't get ZZZP how you got this, but ZZZP, as long as Naruto is fine, then everything is swell." In a matter of seconds, Rakarenio disappeared in a puff of smoke. Orochimaru knew that Rakarenio was extremely tired and was going to pop at any moment. When he left, however, Orochimaru, for the first time since gaining custody of Naruto, that he felt alone. The overwhelming sadness and depression had caught him. He bowed his head. If one looked close enough, he or she could see a few droplets fall from his pale white face. He mumbled as sleep overcame him, "Ophelia." For days have passed and Orochimaru has not been the same. He had started to become mentally unstable since Naruto was in the tube, Ophelia came back to mind, and his departure from Konoha. In addition, Orochimaru had a problem and a half. As he looked around at the ever-growing tension, he realized today was the day of the Konoha Treaty. He sighed loudly as he got up from his lab chair and tapped the tube with Naruto in it. He knew these would be the memories he will remember forever. It didn't matter if Naruto wasn't his biological son or not, will always be his son. With that resolve, Orochi went into his library. He was going to make sure Naruto would not stop learning even when he was gone. "My son is going to be the best, I'll be damned if any tries to stop him. Other than me, of course. Kukuku." "It's time," Inu thought to himself. His squad had hidden themselves in trees near the house of Orochimaru. He sighed, as this was not the mission he particularly liked. But if the Sandaime wanted him to do it, then he will. He whispered to Nico, "What do you see in Orochimaru's house?" Nico was about 5 feet, 8 inches tall. Her face was a little narrow. Her body is curved like an hourglass with a small C-cup. She has long purple hair. She was about 14 years old. On her back was a slim sword. She used her binoculars to look into the house. She said, "Buntecho, I don't see him anywhere. It seems like he has left for some reason. I didn't see him leave the house, but he's out of range." This made Inu frown deeply. Right now, Orochimaru was a variable that can't seem to remain constant. He said, "Ryu, use your teleportation ability to assess the situation better." Ryu nodded. Ryu was about 5 feet 11 inches tall. He had short brown hair. His face was pointy. He is wearing a long-sleeved, dark hunter green and black t-shirt along with a black flak jacket. His pants were black with seals on the sides. On his back he has a slightly curved katana hidden in a sleek sheath. His mask was a dragon with beady, jet-black eyes. In an instant he disappeared into thin air. This is why Inu liked this group. Their abilities worked so well with each other. He smirked under his mask as he watched Ryu dart from each side of the house. He returned in a few seconds. He said, "Buntecho, there is no indication of Orochimaru. It seems that you chose the right day to do this. It seems like there is an entrance at the southeast side." Inu nodded as he analyzed the information. He did not like putting his team in a situation where there are too many variables. He sighed as he analyzed the house carefully. Sure, he and his team were going to in the southeast side, it was still problematic if caught. He said, "Karasu, I want you to put a rotating genjutsu around the southeast entrance. If necessary, you could put a third layer." Karasu is about 5 feet, 6 inches tall. He has black hair that hung near his cheeks to frame his face and kept the rest of it in a ponytail. He wears a black and gray armor, metal arm guards and gloves, ninja sandals with spikes, 3 ninja pouches on their back waist. He has a black long sleeve shirt on that covers his Konoha spiral tattoo. He has jet black eyes. His mask is a weasel. Karasu closed his eyes as he said, "Buntecho, do you think that he could possibly set up this backdoor entrance for intruders? It seems extremely suspicious that he has another entrance other than the front door and the back door." Inu's eyes went wide. He face-palmed as he felt stupid. Karasu was right. How could he forget about the aspect of traps? He sighed as he no other choice. The Sandaime was going to nail Kumo and Orochimaru today. He just needed the proof. He sighed as he said, "Karasu's right. How do we know? Well, we are going to have to see for ourselves. Let's go." With that, the ANBU squad embarked on the quest into Orochimaru's house. "Hi Shikuin, brighten up. Today's Hinata's 3rd birthday," Harini said to her husband as he sighed. Yes, it just so happened to be Hinata Hyuga's birthday. He had become stoic after 3 years of hearing from Shinobi Council to civilian council members, hell even the Hyuga council members, about arranging a marriage to his little daughter. Even one was so bold as to demand his signature to wed her. Well, that particular gentleman has not been seen in Hai no Kuni since then, or for that matter anywhere else. He rubbed his temples as his pregnant wife draped her slender arms over his shoulders around his neck. Harini kissed him softly on the cheek as he sighed. He smiled slightly as he saw his little girl growing up. "Harini-chan, you know it's hard to believe that Hinata-chan is 3 years old already. I could have sworn that I would have lost my mind by the time she turned 3, he joked wryly. She giggled at her husband's dry joke. She slapped him slightly on his arm. She said, "Hayashikuin, you can't go crazy as long as I'm here." He smirked as he hugged his impregnate wife closer to him. He said, "It's hard to believe that Hien-kun is 9 years old and is a genin already. He is the pride of the Hyuga clan." She giggled slightly as Hayashi was proclaiming that his son was the best of the new crop. She said, "Hayashi-kun, Hisashi-kun's son. Niji has been shown to be very adept to gentle fist." Hayashi scoffed at his wife as he laughed. He said, "Hisashi's son is a weak, just like his daddy. He should kiss Hien's feet for that matter." She laughed at her husband's arrogance. She said, "I hope he doesn't get a big head like you did when you graduated with Minato-sama." The normally conservative Hayashi became flustered. That particular class was considered the best crop of ninjas to exist since the time of the Sandaime and Danzo. The class contained Minato Namikaze, Fugaku Uchiha, Hayashi Hyuga, Hisashi Hyuga, Harini Hyuga, Shikaku Nara, Choza Akimichi, Inoichi Yamanaka, Yoshino Nara, Kushina Uzumaki, and Tsum Inazuka. During that time, each student in the class graduated at the age of 10. This particular class made the Rookie of the Year award so prominent. It was a 4-way battle between Minato, Kushina, Fugaku, and of course Hayashi. At the end, it became a draw between Minato, Hayashi, and Kushina. They decided that this would be the first time that there would be a triumvirate for the title. Minato became the leader of Squad 7 under the tutelage of Jiraiya. Hayashi became the leader of Team 8 under the tutelage of Tsukumo Hitaki. Kushina became the leader of Team 6 under the tutelage of Tsunade. He smiled at the memories of the rowdy Tsum, the quiet Minato, the loud-mouthed Kushina, the red-faced shy girl who kept touching her fingers together, also known as his wife. He said, "You know, beautiful, we were pretty amazing in our day. I think this generation is going to be good this year." She kissed him on the cheek as she let out a joyous sigh. She said, "Who knows? They might be better than us. Now, Hayashi-kun, it's time to actually get out of this bed and get ready for the party." Hayashi laughed as his wife giggled. He said, "You know what, Harini-chan? I love you and the kids. I don't think anything can ruin an amazing day like this." Unfortunately, Hayashi didn't know how wrong he was. The man of the hour had finally arrived. As he signed his name onto the sign-in sheet, one of the ninja guards alerted the Hokage and councils of his arrival. The ninja guard read the man's name. His eyes narrowed. This was the same man that basically ended his ninja career. The man said to the guard, "I remember you. Yeah, you're Hitoshi. How is that spine of yours?" He sneered at the man as 4 members of the ANBU landed around the man. The man put his hands up as the ANBU members searched him from head to toe. As they searched for weapons and other destructive tools, they did not realize his most destructive tool was his mind. Hiruzen was a deceitful human being and an extremely powerful politician. When he used to be an active ninja, he had become one step away from being the Raikage. But he digressed. After the pat-down, the main ANBU said, "Hiruzen Dano, before the festivities can begin, the Shinobi Council would like to begin the meeting now. Then afterwards you can have the celebrations." Hiruzen nodded as he was escorted to the Hokage Tower. He turned his head back to the guard. With a sinister grin he said, "Hitoshi-san, I hope that Kumo can have Konoha's backing after this." Before Hitoshi could move, NBU disappeared in a swirl of leaves, leaving the man to brew with hatred. Orochimaru was dressed in his formal robe. He sighed as he hated formal attire, especially when it had the Hibi-Sannin seal on the back. It went against the style of the snake. As he looked in the mirror, he could feel a ghost-like feeling running up his spine. He sighed as he thought about the boy who became his adopted son. He knew he was about to leave him to the wolves and savages of Konoha. He wanted to take Naruto with him, but it had way too many risks involved. "Orochimaru-sama, we have checked on Naruto-kun," a familiar voice said. His voice sounded sullen. Orochimaru turned to see Naruto's bestest friend, as Naruto would call him. Orochimaru could see it in the snake's eye. It was cold. It was anger. It was disappointment. He said, "Orenji, what is his condition?" Orenji's neck snapped up. His slit eyes became even narrower. He hissed as he said, "Other than being in a tube with green liquid, he is nice and dandy. His stats are fine. He should be able to come out of there tonight." Orochi scowled at Orenji's tone but disregarded it for now. He said, "Good, now I have one more task. I need you to guard Naruto today. Hiruzen has arrived from Kumogakure and I have to represent the 3 Sannin." The orange snake rolled his eyes as hissed something under his breath. He silently slid his way back to Naruto. Orochi's anger tripled as he balled his fists tightly. He didn't need this attitude of Orenji to know that he messed up. With the thought of Ophelia and Naruto fresh into his mind, he punched the 6-foot dressing mirror. As it shattered, Orochi noticed the facade that he portrayed freely fall to the ground. Here it was, the Hibi-Sannin, the great inventor, one of the greatest tag team member, was alone and broken. With this last thought, he disappeared into a swirl of leaves. Orenji slithered to the tube that contained Naruto. Unbeknownst to Orochi, a large amount of the group had started to rebel from Orochi and the contract. The upcoming war between Manda and his brother Yamada was growing. Most of the snakes are actually on Yamada's side. They want Naruto as the new summoner. Orenji's mission is to watch over him in secret. He will be his unofficial guardian. He was given the command that if Orochi even tries something on Naruto anymore, he was given the right to strike and subdue the man. If it comes to a lethal battle, he was given the green light to take him out. Orenji sighed as he watched the boy floating with the simple thought going through his mind. Naruto. It took a few moments until the greatest peace treaty of all time to occur. The Shinobi Council wasn't as thrilled as the civilians outside were. The Hokage, Hiruzen, and the Shinobi Council were escorted to the guest conference room of the Hokage Tower. As they were all seated in the conference, the Hokage gave Hiruzen a pipe and lit it for him. The Hokage said, "Welcome Shinobi Council and Hiruzen-san. Today is a great day. It is an honor for Konoha to welcome one of the highest-ranking members of Kumogakure. Today is not a day of war but a day for peace, an olive branch that Kumo graciously offered. With this, it is my pleasure to let Hiruzen-san begin the treaty discussions." Hiruzen stood up and bowed to the council. He said, "It is a privilege to meet you here. It is even better as this meeting is for the peace between 2 of the greatest nations." Hiruzen pulled out a scroll from his pocket. He opened the scroll and continued speaking. "Kumo would like to begin the peace treaty with the MAD, or the Mutually Assured Destruction discussion. As you know, we have 2 Jinchuriki, Nibi and Hachibi. We know that you have the strongest one in the Kyubi. To ensure our treaty, we would like for 2 things to happen. The first is that we mutually agree that in any future wars we will not use the Jinchuriki as weapons against each other." Hiruzen and the Shinobi Council were in deep thought about this proposal. Hayashi said, "You know, Hiruzen-san, I must ask out of pure curiosity, Why is it that we are talking about supposed future wars? It seems a little suspicious that you bring up wars at a peace treaty. Hidonis growled inwardly at Hayashi Hyuga. However, in an instant the growl grew into a sinister smirk. He was going to enjoy taking some of those unmarked Hyuga children from them. His partner in crime, who sat on the opposite side of him, was smirking up a storm. Well, Hitonisukuin, let's see your bread and butter at work. Hidonis said in a calm demeanor. You bring up an interesting point in the matter of war talk in peace treaty. I brought this up because of a peace treaty that was broken a few years ago, when Takigakure attacked us. They used the Nanabai as leverage against us. We were able to defeat them but lost a lot of ninjas. We do not want the small innocent non-ninja countries around us to be destroyed. Hiruzen saw some valid points but something didn't seem right. Why was it that his spies in Kumo were not able to tell him about the conflict with Taki? In fact, none of his countries knew other than Kumo and Taki. Hiruzen said, Hitona-san, it has occurred to me that no one has heard any incidents about Taki attacking Kumogakure. For the members of Taki to even summon Nanabai, many countries would be able to feel that power. Hitona's eyes went wide for the briefest of seconds. This went unnoticed except for 4 people: Hayashi, Fugaku, Hiruzen, and Orochimaru. He said, well, Hokage Dano, they did not release the Nanabai but merely the Jinchuriki. Hiruzen could see what the man was implying and saw Orochi looking a tad bit angry at the implication. Orochi, in his ever-calm voice, said, so Hitona-san, are you implying that a Jinchuriki is not a human? I mean, maybe one day your child might become a Jinchuriki. Would that mean that he or she is not a human? Would that mean that since your spawn is a Jinchuriki that makes you or wife a human being? If not, then do not treat them like spawns. Hidonis was taken aback to this. He heard the laced irritation and anger in Orochi's voice. He had to watch himself or else the whole plan might go to hell. At Orochimaru's house, the ANBU squad was at the door. Inu said, Cat, do you have any way of opening this door? I would do it the old-fashioned way, but it would be too much of a liability. Nico nodded at his way of thinking. She pulled something out of her hair. It looked like a regular hair clip, but when she touched the small butterfly icon on the clip, it changed into a key-like object. She put it in the keyhole. With a press of the butterfly icon, she unlocked it. Inu blinked as he asked sarcastically, do I even want to know what that is? She smirked as she chirped, it's a girl thing. Their captain just rolled his eyes. His keen sense of smell told him not to move just yet. He said, guys, do you smell that? It smells like there is a poisonous gas behind the door. Ryu, use your futon to clear out the poison gas. I'll kick the door open while you use your jutsu. Ryu nodded as he started to do 5 quick hands. Inu whispered, ready? Get set now? In an instant, he kicked the door, releasing a purple and yellow gas. The others quickly jumped out of the way as Ryu said, futon, kahaku, wind release, thin air. Unfortunately for Ryu, the gas got to him a split second before the move was used. Inu saw that the gas disappeared, but Ryu was on the ground. Inu cursed as he and his team circled around Ryu. Inu checked his pulse and saw a faint pulse. He said with an edge to his voice, Nico, create a Kagebushin and bring Ryu to the hospital ASAP. He has a low heartbeat and doesn't have oxygen going through. She nodded vigorously as her shadow cloned to Ryu to the hospital in a swirl of leaves. He sighed as he didn't like where this mission was going already. Karasu said, Buntecho, what's the plan action of action? Karasasu had been in the ANBU for a few years and had earned his stripes. He became second in command of this squad by the request of Inu. He noticed that Inu stood a little straighter as Inu walked past him. He said in a serious voice, we're going to investigate the house of Orochimaru. Orochimaru's basement was actually his lab. He broke his basement into 2 different sections. The first was nicely furnished with a fireplace, bed, and the works. The second side, however, was different. It was cold, dark gray, with a murky demeanor. Inu never seen anything like it. Upon further inspection, Inu saw vials of different shapes and colors, beakers, different high-tech machinery, even a stove. Nico whispered, what the hell is this place? Inu nodded with a grim look on his face. He said as they got in closer with fear going up their spines, Nico-kan, I believe we are going to find out more about Orochimaru than we really want to. Nico, go east and look for anything that seems suspicious or of great importance. Karasu, you are to look west. I'm pretty sure he has files over there. When I used to shadow him, I noticed that he used to put the file to the right. I'm gonna go straight. Guys, this is serious. We have already lost Ryu for the rest of the mission. This is the most dangerous part. Remember the rule. Be alarmed, be armed. They both replied, "Hi." Nico and Karasu went there respectively as Inu walked forward. Inu, being honest with himself, was gravely afraid of what he might see. From what he had heard from ANBU member Saru, they found some labs that were absolutely disgusting. There were molding and decaying human bodies, half-eaten rats, even a human body with a tail. Inu had to stop there as he was getting sick. He stopped his train of thought only to look up. He took a step back and fell. He barely whispered, "Oh my Kami, no." There he was, Naruto Uzumaki, floating in a green water tube. A voice echoed off the wall. "So you are the one opened the basement door and invaded his house." The treaty went well for both sides. Konoha was able to wiggle a few moves in which Kumo would have to admit to and pay for the situation that happened with Kushina. In addition, they will send over 1/4 of their lightning jutsus and kinjitsus. Konoha would give up 1/16 amount of fire jutsus to Kumo. Each side will come to the other's aid even in border patrol. All that needs to be done is Hidonis going back to the rakeage and him signing it or ratifying it. Right now Hidonis was at the parade of his and Kumo's honor. Meanwhile, his partner Orochimaru had more pressing matters. He was completing his part of the deal, getting a Hyuga. Orochi was smart. That was always known, but today he felt smarter than normal. He was invited to Hinata Hyuga's 3rd birthday celebration. He saw the Akimichi, Nara, Yamanaka, Uchiha, Sarutobi, Inuzuka, and Aburame clan leaders and their immediate family. He also saw a few financially powerful civilians. He smirked as he watched the children play with each other and the adults conversing with each other with sake. Before the party started, he spiked the drinks with his special liquid he had been working on. This liquid is his genjutsu in a bottle. The drink, when mixed with alcohol, gives the drinker a sense of obliviousness. This would dim the Hyuga's 359-degree vision, while making the Uchiha's Sharingan very cloudy. In addition, this concoction dimmed the buzzing Aburame bugs, while dimming the Inuzuka's senses. Oh, those poor people keep drinking without thinking about what's in the drink. Ooh, that rhymes. Well, in a few minutes, they'll be out of commission. The 2 Kagebushin should be able to do a switcheroo with the Hyuga princess. Yup. Orochimaru's plan was put into action as he went to chat with the leaders with his red fruit punch. Inu had finally freaked out. He saw Naruto floating in a tube and the echoing voice was really getting to him. He heard something slither towards him. It was an orange snake. It scared him as the snake was coming closer to him. Inu pulled a kunai out of his pocket and threw it at him. The kunai coming out of his hand was about 95 mph. However, right in front of his eyes, the orange snake snagged the kunai out of the air with his tail. The snake then flicked it into a wall as Inu's eyes became wider. Orenji looked deep into the eyes of Inu. The serious look of the orange snake sent chills through Inu's body. Orenji asked, "Now Enbusen, I must ask, how did you get in here? Better yet, why are you even here?" Inu was scared out of his wits. Not many people knows that Inu hates snakes. When he was about 5, a poisonous snake bit him and he was hospitalized for 3 months. He asked, What are you doing here? Snake team?" The orange snake simple snapped his tail in a whip-like snap. He said as he peered into Inu's eyes, "You know, Anbu-sen, it is not polite to not tell someone your name. That is entirely my fault, however, for which I am sorry. My name Anbu-san is Orenji. I can sense the fear of snakes rolling off like a rock on a hill. Since you are a scared chicken, I'm gonna ask you again. Why are you here and how did you get in here?" Inu tried to muster up some courage after that chicken insult. "Well, Orenji-san, I'm here to put your master in jail for what he has done to many people, especially Naruto-kun." Orenji chuckled at the silver-head ANBU member. He said, "You know, Anbu-san, I would hope that you never get into politics. You are straightforward but a little too straight. But that is irrelevant at this point in time. So Anbu-san, do you honestly think you can go and get past me without dying?" Inu gulped as he nodded. Orenji smirked as he said, "Good. Even though I can basically eat the fear you emitting, I can see some strength coming through. Now as to what I can do to you or for you is a huge question. Sad to say, my supposed master has done some horrific things and more than likely tarnished the Hebe name." The snake slithered away from the ANBU member and went to the tube containing the Jinchuriki. Inu watched in awe as the snake used his tail to put in the password to release the green water. As soon as the liquid was out, Orenji opened the hatchet, letting Naruto fall onto his back. He slithered towards the ANBU member and gave him the boy. He said, "Since you are here to catch and whatnot, I want you to get Naruto out here and give him to the Hokage. The boy should not see his Tusan being taken away. Now go, I need to clean up." Inu nodded as he carried Naruto in a fireman carry. As he started to go, Orenji said, "Oh, and by the way, you are going to have to throw that kunai a lot quicker to hit me." Inu decided not to say anything as the other two members joined him and left. Orenji sighed as he closed the door. He muttered to himself, "I better play unconscious or Orochi might not believe me." With that, the orange snake slithered to where the open tube was and turned over. Hidonis was enjoying himself. This parade with all of the yellow and black, representing Kumo, confetti coming down out of the buildings and with the shouting of his name almost made him feel bad for what he was going to do. Almost. He knew what the fate of those Hyugas was going to be. He didn't care so much as he only cared about was Kumo and its survival. So if it meant that one or two people had to suffer, then so be it. He liked his lips as he saw the rakeage hat on top of his head. The parade was ending as it was almost time for him to leave to Kumo. He smirked as he would have something to bring back with him. He said to the crowd of thousands of people, and with the Hokage next to him, "Civilians of Kanahagakure no Sato, it has been an honor to be here with you to hopefully celebrate a bond between two of the most powerful villages of all time. Hopefully in the near future the will of fire and the heart of lightning will be fighting as one. I, as a representative of Kimogakure, am proud of what we were able to accomplish today, embarking on a new future. Your hospitality knows no bounds as this parade shows me. This parade will go down in history of the day that my and now your brothers and sisters in Kumo will hold hands together as one. Thank you, Konoha, for this day." The crowd erupted as they shouted his name and Kumo's. Hiruzen clapped and showed outwardly happiness. Inside, however, was much different tune. No wonder Kumo sent this slime ass here. He has a tongue made of silver. You could tell that he was all bullshit, but the way he talks makes him seem like he is the fucking six paths. The faster he gets the hell out of Konoha, the better, before I start to smell controversy. The Hokage said, "Citizens of Konoha, it is time for our brother, as he affectionately calls himself, to leave for Kumohakure to agree to finalize and or ratify it. For this peace treaty to be finalized, he needs to go quickly. Let's give him a big Konoha send-off." The crowd erupted again as the ANBU escorted the waving Hidonis to the gate. Hidonis smirked inwardly. "It's almost time for my prize. It's almost too easy." In a moment, Hidonis was in front of the gate with the Hokage and 4 ANBU in front of him. The Hokage asked, "Are you sure you want to go alone? It can be extremely dangerous." Hidonis waved his hands. He said, "Hokage-sama, you and the whole fire country has given me such an amazing event with even better hospitality. I could not ask for much more. I want to wish you a great deal of prosperity, and that one day that two flints can create not only lightning but also a fire." He bowed to the Hokage as he left. The Hokage also bowed at him. He thought as he saw Hidonis jump tree to tree, "Something is not right. I don't know what it is, but it is bad. I can feel it." While Orochi was conversing with the adults and parents, his shadow clones were completing their mission. They were on top of the roof surveying the children. He noticed that the Hyuga princess was a tad bit drowsy. More like exhausted, one clone thought, as he remembered that was how Naruto was. He had to shake his head from those thoughts as it was while breaking. The clone transformed into an exact replica of Hinata. He said to the other clone, "Get the chloroform ready." When he saw the other clone pull out the rag, he set himself as he said, "Ready or not, here I come." 3-year-olds play like 2-year-olds but with more vocabulary. Right now Kiba, Chuji, Shikamaru, Ino, and the birthday girl Hinata were playing tag. Her older cousin was designated to watch her. Basically, all he had to do was tell Hayashi-sama or Hien. As he watched them play, he could not help but think about his cousin that was 4 years his senior. Niji hated how much cooler his cousin was. He knew that his cousin was the heir apparent of the Hyugas. He huffed as he knew that he could beat him. One day, during his rant in his head, Orochi was able to do the switcheroo on Hinata. Hinata looked around to see where she was. She saw a man come behind her only to have a rag over her mouth. "Shoo, it's okay, Hinata-san. You will be asleep really soon." Soon enough, the Hyuga princess was asleep. He snatched her up in a knapsack and started jumping building to building. He smirked as he said to himself, "Everything is going according to plan." Oh, how wrong he was. Hien was outside in the luxurious backyard that was hosting his sister's birthday party. Today, Hien was able to get a day off because of the festivities. He smirked as he looked and acted just like Hayashi. He was considered the mini Hayashi. He was definitely the apple of the Hyuga leader. He adjusted his brand new forehead protector. Today, while he picked up his sister's birthday present, he also picked up his new protector with the Hyuga symbol on the sides of the protector. He looked over to see his 4-year cousin brood as the kids played tag. He liked Niji out of all of his brethren. He saw a spark in him that told him that he would be great. But if he didn't get over his jealousy, he would never be able to do anything. Because he would be the heir, he decided that he would brand Niji. Nope, he wanted him to be his second in command. He walked over to his future second in command. He said, buck up, Niji-kun. I mean, you're acting like you're 13. Why don't we play tag with them? It looks like a lot of fun." Niji looked at the good-natured boy with angry eyes. "I want to train, but I have to be guarding these kids." Niji pouted as Hien patted the boy on the head, much to Niji's disdain. Hien said, "You're right, that's why I'm here. I'll help you watch them because after all I am a super powerful ninja at the age of 8. Niji rolled his eyes as Hien reminded him. Every day that he sees him. Niji grumbled, "Okay, but you will help me to throw kunais." Hien laughed as he patted Niji's head. He replied, "Okay, Niji-kun. I'll teach you." As they watched the kids play tag, Hien was showing Niji how to properly throw a kunai. "Niji-kun, when you throw a kunai, you do not want to throw it like a ball. You want it to be thrown as if it was an arrow coming out of a crossbow. The objective in each case is for the point to stick into the target with a sufficient amount of force. For this to be successful, accuracy, distance, number of rotations, and placement of the body all must be taken into account. If the thrower uses a spin technique, the kunai will rotate during flight. This means that the thrower, assuming he is throwing the same way every time, must either choose a specific distance for each type of throw or, more practically, make slight adjustments to placement of the kunai in the hand as well as angle of release and rotation of the wrist. Variations in throw technique can allow great accuracy and range. Throwers may also need to adjust for throwing off-center, around corners, and while running. Niji blinked at his cousin. He was considered a genius not only because of the power he contained but because of his mind. Niji grumbled, "I'm only 4 and you expect me to know this? I barely know half of what those words mean." Hien smirked as he patted Niji's head. He whispered into his cousin's ear, "You're not supposed to. That is why I'm going to show you." Niji brightened some, but not too much as his cousin took him a few meters away from the kids. He said, "Now watch as I throw it." In an instant, he threw the kunai. The kunai rotated slowly as it went into the wall. Niji's eyes were wide open. He was giddy as he thought this was easy, especially how fluid and smooth Hien threw it. Hien said, "Okay, Niji, your turn." Niji nodded as he aimed to a specific target. With all his might, he threw a kunai. It whizzed through the air, came towards its target. Kunais do not have a name for a target as it went straight towards Hinata. Hien could only watch in horror as the blade came towards his running sister. Boom. Hien opened his eyes to see the kunai buried deep into the training dummy with Hinata, in full deflection mode. It was as if she had been in a war. Hien's eyes went wide, as he thought, "What the hell? That can't possibly be Hina-chan." He came over to his sister to check up on her as Niji on the ground crying his eyes out at the thought that he killed his little cousin. Hien asked her, "Hey Hina, are you alright? You were awesome in deflecting that kunai. Let me check something." Hinata nodded as she watched Hien intently. Shit, I messed up. It's a reflection. What was I supposed to do? Hopefully, he didn't think I'm a fake. As he was checking her body to see if anything was wrong, he slowly pulled out a kunai. Poof. Hinata burst into smoke after Hien jabbed her. Hien cursed loudly as he told Niji, Niji get Tusan. Hinata is gone. I'm going to find her and save her. Niji quickly ran to get Hayashi as Hien activated the Byakugan. He was able to get her signature about 75 meters away. He had to hurry. With 3 kunais packed, he was ready to go save his sister. Orochimaru finally got the memories of his dead clone and he was furious. Why does everything fail because of children? He had everything packed into a scroll and it was almost time to leave. He excused himself from everyone and went to the bathroom. He simply had to go to someone's house. Someone named Haruno as he had a special parting gift for her. Hien raced towards the signature that had his sister with him or her. Don't worry, Hina-chan. I'm coming to get you. As he rushed as fast as an 8-year could go. He was finally able to get close enough to the signature to see the transaction occur. The man was just outside of Konoha with another man. When he took a closer look, something sent chills up and down his spine. He saw his sister being traded from the hands of the Hibi-Sannin, Orochimaru, to the hands of the representative of Kumo, Hidonis. Shit, this is bad, real bad. Kami, keep me safe as I'm about to take on a Jonin and a Kage. This is for you, Hina-chan. With that, he got closer. His heart started to beat faster as this could possibly be his last mission. He threw his kunai and hoped for the best. Orochimaru's clone was completing the transaction. He said, Well, Hidonis, I hope your plan works out well. You know, after all, she isn't some nobody. She is the princess of the Hyuga clan and the only daughter of Hayashi. There will be backlash, but that is out of my hands. I washed my hands clean of this whole ideal. What Hidonis did not know was that the clone felt the boy's presence. He knew from the moment that he left that someone would be tracking him. He just didn't expect it to be an 8-year-old. This should be an interesting tale. A brother who would risk everything to get his sister back versus a man who would risk everything to save his village. Too bad I won't be able to see it. Once the it came into his mind, a kunai was darting towards him. He didn't move, however, as he wanted the smoke to figuratively and physically blow up in Hitona's face. The kunai hit him in the back. He blew up into a plume of smoke. What the hell is going on, Orochimaru? Hidonis shouted as the smoke filled the perimeter. Because of the Byakugan activated, Hien was able to see where his sister was. He quickly raced into the smoke. The smoke cleared and the knapsack was gone. The Kumo ninja screamed as he was duped. He started to throw lightning strikes all over the place, scorching the trees around him. His eyes were blood red, with veins popping out from his neck all the way down to his toes. He shouted, Where are you, Orochimaru? I'm going to kill you. Damn it. Damn it, damn it. Hien, although scared, knew that he nor Hinata survive if they hid. He whispered in his sister's ear, Hina-chan, I need you be very quiet. Big brother is going to take care of you. He put her in a hollow tree trunk. He sighed as he was going to face this monster. As Hidonis fumed and threw lightning bolts, soon he saw a shadowy figure come from behind a tree. The figure said, I'm no Orochimaru, but I can still kick your ass. Hidonis saw red as he threw a lightning bolt at the boy. The boy used a Kwamiri to replace himself with a log courtesy of Hidonis. Looking for me, I presume? Hidonis looked behind him to see a fist in his face. The fist sent him back a few steps. When he opened his eyes, he saw a powerful kick coming towards his temple. Hidonis was able to recover and blocked the kick. He grabbed Hien's leg and spun him around. He threw him into a tree. Hien hit the ground with an oof. Hidonis sneered. You little twerp. I'll make sure you will be nothing but ashes on the ground. Meet your maker, you bitch. Right-un? Denku no Bofu, lightning style. Gale of lightning. He created an unstable ball of black, blue, and yellow energy, crackled as it grew. Once it grew to the right size, he threw at the panting, almost unconscious Hien. The lightning gale came at him with increasing speed. Hien saw the bright light and quickly did one more kawarimi. This time, however, it was with the Kumo Jonin. The man was so caught off guard that he was hit full-on, blowing him into a tree. The electricity sent voltage coursing through his veins. The young Hyuga heir got into position to finish him off. He said, "It's over, you arrogant bastard. Hack Rokujion Sho, 8 trigram. 64 palms, 0.2 palms, 2 strikes in his right arm, 4 palms, 2 strikes in his left arm, 2 in his left shoulder, 8 palms, 2 in his right shoulder, 3 on his right thigh, and 3 on his legs, 16 palms, 3 on his left thigh, 3 on his legs, 1 on both of his knees, 2 on his left biceps, 2 on left triceps, and 2 on his left kidney, 32 palms, 2 on the right biceps, 2 on the triceps, for more on the left biceps, 4 on the biceps, 2 on his right kidney, 6 at the ribs on the right, 6 at the ribs on the left side, 4 on the right pec and 4 on the left pec, 64 palms, 4 on the clavicle, 5 on his right wrist, 5 on his left wrist, 10 on his left foot, 10 on the right foot, 3 on his right thumb, 2 on his right pointer finger, 3 on his right middle finger, 2 on his right, 2 on his right pinky finger, 3 on his left thumb, 2 on his left pointer, 3 on his left middle finger, 2 on his left ring finger, 2 on his left pinky finger, 2 at the sternum, 1 at liver, 1 at the pancreas, 1 at the head, and 1 at the stomach. Hidonis was coughing up blood as his thoughts about being beat by an 8-year. It did not bode well for him, as he would be the latest laughingstock with Konoha and Kumo. By his pure will he was able to get up. He felt 4, possibly 5 chakra signatures. He knew that it was pointless in completing the mission, but this boy will die. Hien was looking worse off. When he struck Hidonis, the voltage went through his body. It was like barbed wire that ripped his skin and chakra off. He panted as his chakra level was low because of the voltage being siphoned. He knew he didn't have too much time left. He said as he coughed up blood, "How are you still standing? You should be finished by now." The man chuckled as the others dropped down in front of them. The 5 he saw were Hayashi Hyuga, Hizashi Hyuga, Harini Hyuga, Ko Hyuga, and Hohito Hyuga. He noticed that their bodies were weak and barely responsive. He said, "It's nice to see all you are here. I know I'm going to die, but I'm taking one of you with me." Before anyone could move, Hidonis said, "Raitun. Shirai, lightning release. Lightning strike." Instead of pointing his lightning strike at Hien, he pointed it at the tree that contained Hinata. No one could move as the paralysis that was added along with the concoction was still in effect. Hidonis fell down dead. It happened in slow motion. Hien ran towards his sister. He was slowly losing consciousness as he ran. He knew this was his last chance to save his sister. "I'm sorry, Hina-chan. I'm sorry that I won't be able to see you grow up. You might remember me, but I want you to know I love you, sis, and be the best you Hyuga leader you can be." In a moment before the lightning struck the tree, Hien committed the ultimate sacrifice by doing one last kawarimi. Boom! Hien fell down to the ground. The lightning strike went right through his heart, rupturing it completely. His chakra was severed as it cut each chakra flow from the Tenketsu point. His death was instant, but his sacrifice will live on as Hinata was safe and sound in front of Hayashi. "No, Hien came. My Sochi is gone. My Sochi is gone." Harini fell to the ground as she screamed her lungs out over the death of her son. She started to feel the baby's pain. Hayashi couldn't move. His body felt numb as he saw his wife and daughter cry, and his son, his only son, on the floor dead. Only one tear fell down his cheek. The old arrogant Hayashi had also died that day. There is only one Hayashi now, Hayashi the Stoic. Hiruzen was back into the Hokage Tower. To be quite honest, he had a sense of foreboding. As he sighed and lit his pipe, he heard and saw a crack appear on his pipe. "This is not good at all. Hokage-sama, we have a problem." Hiruzen looked at the panting Inu rushing through the door. He straightened himself up as he listened intently to the man. His eyes told Inu he better start talking. "Hokage-sama, Orochimaru was in fact the one experimenting in those illegal labs." Hiruzen was thinking a mile a minute. He said, "What proof do you have of such a claim? If we are going to bust him, I need proof." Instantly, documents in manila folders were on his desk. He glanced through each file as the sickness in his stomach grew with each passing second. Inu said with a grim voice, "Hokage-sama, it seems like he also experimented on Naruto Uzumaki. This made the Sandaime Hokage to look up at the ANBU member. He could not believe it. How could this monster do this under his nose? He slammed his fists on the desk, breaking it. He started to breathe hard as he spoke. Inu, where is Naruto? Inu replied quickly. He is in the hospital with Nico and Karasu watching him. Hiruzen nodded as he said with anger flowing through him. That son of a bitch of a father is going to pay. We're going to make rounds. Is there anything else you need to tell me? Inu nodded as he said, Hokage-sama, we also found an operation he created. This operation is to kidnap the Hyuga Prin Dash. Before he could finish, another ANBU went through the window. Hokage-sama, the representative of Kumo is dead. The Hokage got up with authority. He said, what the hell happened? The ANBU explained everything caused such great pain into his chest. With a steel resolve, he said, Inu, round up all available ANBU. We are about to catch a snake. It took a few minutes to gather 5 ANBU squads. Hiruzen spread them out around the perimeter of the house. He picked 3 ANBU members, including Inu, to come in with him. They were ready. Saya Haruno had a bad feeling. She had the day off for she could be with her daughter, Sakura Haruno. She had been slightly neglectful to her daughter. It wasn't because she hated her daughter or anything like that. It was simply because being an ANBU commander was keeping her away almost 20 hours per day. She sighed as she sat on the chair in the living room and was doing a puzzle with Sakura. She looked at the picture of her and her late husband. She wanted to be a housewife where she could be with Sakura every day while her husband worked. Her husband was an ex-jonin who became famous for his amazing banking skills. He was one of the reasons that Konoha had one of, if not the biggest financial surplus in the world. His interconnections with the other businesses strengthened the shinobis and civilians. He made some union agreements that stopped a civil war in Konoha. Oh, how she missed him. He was killed in the Kyuubi attack when he saved some of the merchants from the fires. He was killed when a blazing support beam fell on his back. The blazes were too strong for any of the merchants to save him. She shook her head as a tear went down her face and hit a piece of the puzzle. Sakura looked up at her mother. She had an inquisitive look on her small face as she said, Ka-san, why are you crying? Saya chuckled as she wiped her eyes. Sakura cocked her head to the side as her mother started to speak. I'm not crying, honey. I just had some sweat coming down. Sakura asked, Ka-san, does sweat come out of your eyes? Saya laughed as she rubbed the top of Sakura's head. Oh, how she loved her smart daughter. She saw a shadow land on her cherry blossom tree in front of her house. In a moment, her eyes went stone cold before going soft. She said, Sakura-chan, I want you to go to your room. I'll be up there to play a game with you. Sakura frowned slightly. She nodded as she ran upstairs. Okay, Ka-san. When Sakura left, the shadow promptly came in front of Saya. Saya's eyes became hard and cold. It was almost like steel. She said as the ANBU member fell to one knee, Saru, you know, and I know that I do not like to bring work home, especially when I finally have a chance to be with my daughter for a full day for the first time in 18 months. So this better be fucking important. Saru nodded as he spoke. I know, Saya-sama, and I am so sorry to interrupt your time with your beautiful daughter. This is really important. Your suspicions were correct. Orochimaru was the owner of the illegal labs. There is more. He is the accomplice to the failed attempt of kidnapping of the Hyuga princess. There is more. It seems like Orochimaru experimented on the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Saya's eyes went wide at this. She could believe that she was right about Orochimaru was the owner. After all, he was a scientist who had privileges, so he would be a prime target. But with what happened with the Hyuga princess caught her in a loop. What shocked her the most was the fact that he experimented on Naruto. There were no visible signs of abuse or anything. She said, This is bad. I see that you probably told the Hokage or the Hokage knows. I have 2 questions for you. What did he say that he wanted done? The second is, how was Hidonis able to even get that close to the Hyuga princess? The Hyugas have the best security system with their Byakugan. Well, I could answer that, you little wench. Saru was not quick enough to move when a kunai sliced his neck. Blood started to spurt out as he fell to the ground. Saya looked in horror as the very last person she wanted to was standing in front of her. Orochimaru. He had a wide smirk on his face as he twirled the kunai in his hand. He said, "Well, Haruno-san, it is a lovely day, isn't it? I mean, you have the day off to spend time with your precious daughter, but here we are with dead body on the floor and an innocent kid upstairs. How things can turn so quickly." She growled as he continued to speak. "Well, Haruno-san, we both know you move you die and you kid will be dead at best. Now you wanted to know how was anyone able to crack the guarded treasure chest, also known as the princess. Well, what would one say if one spiked the drinks? It's easy when you are at a birthday party you voluntarily didn't go to. You should know at the party, I was gonna let you be reacquainted with your husband. Pity." She growled as she slightly moved her hand to press the button. She slowly got up as she spoke in a calm voice. "You know, Orochimaru, you think that you can come to my house, my home, and threaten my family. I'll be damned to let you live." She threw a kunai at the Hibi-sannin. He easily deflected it only to be acquainted with her cocked fist. Orochimaru was sent back only to feel someone behind him. Saya did a spin kick into his back only to him disappear. Orochimaru landed behind her and kicked her into a wall. Orochi smirked as he taunted her. "I guess it is true. The harder a girl hits a boy, the more she loves him." She growled as she took her pink sword out of the sheath that hung on the wall. She got into a defensive position as she spoke. "Oh yeah, Orochimaru. I'm absolutely crazy, almost stalker type about you. Get over yourself." Orochi pulled a kunai out and got into an offensive stance. He rushed to her at great speed as his kunai and her pink sword collided. He said, "I am over myself, but I want to be under you." Orochimaru was trying to push her into a wall. She sneered as she pushed the man back with her brute strength. Orochimaru was having a hard time pushing her back as her blade was sharper than anything he has ever seen. She was cutting the kunai clean through. He knew he had to end this quickly. He used his tongue to pull out a small canister out of his pocket. Her eyes went wide at this and kicked him in the solar plex. This only helped him as he released the smokescreen. She coughed and closed her eyes. She started to swing her sword, literally cutting the air. She screamed, "Where are you, Orochimaru? Show yourself, you sniveling snake." It did not help her as he disappeared into thin, crisp air. Or so she thought. "Looking for me, beautiful?" Orochimaru whispered into her ear. Her eyes went wide as Orochi held on to her. He said as she struggled to break free, "I told you from the beginning, if you moved, you died. Well, my dear, the game is over." Her eyes went wide as she felt Orochimaru sink his elongated canine teeth. She screamed as she tried and struggled to get Orochimaru off. She tried to fight, she really did. Saya felt her body starting to go weak. The feelings in her arms and legs started to go. She had only one thought: I got to fight for Sakura. I can't let her be without a father and a mother. I've got to fight. She poured chakra into her blade, used the last of her strength to do a reversal, and slashed the Hibi-sannin with her pink blade. Orochimaru was sent back to a wall with a thud. He had a huge slash mark over his chest. His eyes were wide in horror as he saw his blood on her blade. The sword was a special weapon that has been with the Haruno family for years. If a Haruno poured their chakra into the weapon and got the blood of their opponent, the opponent could not kill that person or anyone in their family. It only works once per person. Once that Haruno dies, the curse would also die as well. As she was slipping from consciousness and bleeding from her mouth, she chuckled. She said with her last breath, "I beat the game, Orochimaru." Orochimaru screamed as he once again was tricked by this Haruno bitch. He had to hurry and get out of here. He looked over to see Saru's dead body and smirked. "How useful you are dead, Saru," Orochimaru said as he took Saru's armor. He thought, this might not be a bad thing after all. I'm gonna get away with murder. Literally. After he was fully garbed in Saru's armor, he saw shadows going to his house. This should be interesting. Orochimaru was cornered. Yes, the Hibi-sannin was cornered by Sandaime Hokage and 3 ANBU members. Hokage's face was that of rage as he put the bow staff at the Hibi-sannin's neck. "Orochimaru, you are under arrest for treason against Konohagakure no Sato, the attempted kidnap and murder of Hien Hyuga, the murder of Hiriko Yamanaka, the attempted kidnapping of Hinata Hyuga, an accessory to the murder of Hisashi Hyuga, and the experimentation of Naruto Uzumaki." Orochimaru chuckled at this. My My Sarutobi-sensei, it is great to see you. I mean, you barely come around to visit anymore. But now you bring not one, not two, but 5 different ANBU squads. I must have done some very bad. But I've done something worse. I know that I won't be forgiven for what happened to Naruto, but I have long since condemned myself. I must ask Sensei, how does it feel to know that if you had paid an ounce of attention to the boy, this could have been prevented? Hiruzen growled as pushed the boy closer onto his neck. Orochimaru was very calm, that scared the Hokage. He continued with a hiss, Sarutobi-sensei, your plans to make me pay are a little late. I've been gone for over an hour. After all you taught me, how can I hit something that is not even there? Before the Hokage could move, Orochimaru disappeared into smoke. Son of a bitch. He was never here. All right, we got go find him, the Hokage said with authority. An ANBU barraged into the house. Hiruzen said, Saru, you better have a magical fucking reason to be here. I'm in no mood to play around. So you better start talking or you will be my next target. Saru nodded as he spoke. Hokage-sama. My squad was able to find the presence of Orochimaru. From what they told me, he was spotted southeast going toward Iron Country. I'm going to go assist them and bring him into justice. Hiruzen sighed in relief. They were going to get this bastard once and for all. He took a seat into one of the chairs in Orochimaru's house. He said, Okay, Saru pursued him with caution. Inu, you are the overall leader of this operation. You are to gather everything here and document it. I want everything deeply searched. I do not want a single thing overlooked. Do you understand me? Inu nodded as he saw his leader leave towards the tower. Hiruzen finally reached the tower again. The mental strain has definitely put more wrinkles on his old face. He didn't what else could go wrong, but had a feeling it was not the end. He took a puff of his pipe as he thought about the backlash of today's events. Damn. How could we let Orochimaru waltz out of here without even noticing? He couldn't have gotten that far without so much as a, hello Orochimaru? Or a, how is Naruto-kun doing today? For that matter, why didn't I see what was going with Naruto-kun quick enough? The boy has suffered enough and I just watched with obliviousness. The son of a bitch is a great manipulator. I'll give him that. I honestly don't know how he got out. We were on lockdown. Someone better tell me something. At that moment, an ANBU member appeared. He went on one knee as he spoke in a grim tone. Hokage-sama, we have discovered how Orochimaru left. This made the Hokage listen more intently as this had been boggling his mind for the past 3 hours. He was able to get away because you unintentionally allowed him to. Sir, we found ANBU Commander Haruno unconscious and severely damaged and ANBU Captain Saru dead at the Haruno's residence. Hiruzen's eyes went wide. If one were to look closely, they could see more wrinkles come onto his face as a tear fell down. No, my son can't be dead. No, not like this. How many more people have to die because of this? How am I going to tell my daughter-in-law, my very pregnant daughter-in-law? I can't lose another son. This is going to be stopped right now. Hiruzen said, Ryu, get the Shinobi Council here now. This is an emergency meeting. I expect him to be here in 2 minutes. Go. Ryu nodded and disappeared, leaving the Hokage to weep for his oldest son. Took all about a minute for everyone to be seated. Sarutobi did not like what he saw as the members of the Shinobi Council were still drugged. He frowned as he spoke. Good afternoon, Council. I am seriously disappointed with everything that happened on this day. I'm going to brief you on everything that has happened. First and foremost, our defenses have been compromised. With that in mind, we have lost one of our genin prospects in Hien Hyuga. I know that people die every day, but how the fuck was he able to leave the gates without anyone checking him? I don't damn who you are, you must be checked by a guarding shinobi. I can only blame mainly the Uchiha for this. That sobered Fugaku right up. He exclaimed, Hokage-sama, how is our fault for this? He was already angry for having to be here. Now he was downright furious. However, the look the Hokages gave him told him he didn't give a shit. Hiruzen said calmly, Yes, Fugaku, I blame this on the Uchiha. If the Uchiha did their jobs, then Hien would not have gotten out of Konoha's walls. In addition, if one of you would have cared to look into Orochimaru's bag, just maybe you would have noticed a human being in the bag. Explain that, then I'll say you're innocent. However, I have more important things to address. Now I've decided to beef up the defenses. Because of the fact that the Hyuga and the Uchiha have not done its job correctly by protecting Konoha, Tsum, you will deploy 10 members of your clan with each man or woman having 3 dogs effectively tomorrow. Hokage-sama, this is outrageous. We were promised to have control of the police and patrol force. Fugaku raged. This ongoing problem has been going on since the Kyuubi attack when Hiruzen added the Hyuga to the patrol. To add to this, Hiruzen put the Hyuga's brother as the second commander. Hiruzen looked at the Uchiha leader with cold as steel eyes. He had enough of the Uchiha bringing up what his predecessor, Tobirama, said and did. He was the Hokage, and he wasn't going to be bossed around by the descendant of Izumo Uchiha and a dead guy. He said, "Yes, Fugaku, I know what you were promised, but have you ever thought that if you kept your promise and actually kept Konoha safe, then we will keep our part? Promise is a two-way street. Now I'm tired of you keep bringing this up. Let me explain something to you, Uchiha. I am Hiruzen Sarutobi, and I am the current Hokage. I am not Tobirama who made that promise to you. I have kept my sensei's wishes. I have kept it because of the respect of my sensei. If you bring it one more time, we will see what police force you will be running. So just be quiet and do your job. If you have a problem with it, then you can leave right now. I do not have time to hear you whining. Do you understand?" Fugaku was bleeding from his palms as he squeezed his hand into a ball. He had to control himself from leaping over and killing the Hokage. He knew he had to keep a tight lip for now. "Soon I'll make sure you are 6 feet under." Fugaku replied, "I apologize for my actions, Hokage-sama. I will learn to speak in place." Hiruzen looked at him with a glare. He said, "Don't let it happen again." Now to continue the meeting, Orochimaru has created a huge mess. He has been charged with the murder of my son, also known ANBU Captain Saru, severely injured ANBU Commander Saya Haruno, attempted the kidnapping of Hinata Hyuga, the accomplice of the murder of Hien, the supposed experimenting on Yamanaka, and the definite experimenting of Naruto Uzumaki. They were shocked by the charges against the Hibi Sannin. The last one hit hard for most of them. Naruto had been around their kids. He played with them, ate with them, he was part of some of their families. To hear that he had been experimented on is disturbing to say the least. There were no scars or any indication of it. Hiruzen continued. "From your faces I see the last one hit hard. Yes, Naruto-kun has been experimented on. The problem is we don't know what he did to Naruto. This has brought some rules and guidelines that will be dealt with when it comes to Naruto-kun. These guidelines are to be enforced immediately. The first is to ensure that no one else uses him for their own personal gain. No one, and I mean no one, shall adopt Naruto." There was verbal outrage from everyone except Fugaku. Fugaku just really wanted the boy dead. When he becomes Hokage, the boy would be a tool that would be under the Sharingan's control. He inwardly smiled as he thought about his rule. Hiruzen said after everyone calmed down, "I know how tough this is, but it had to be done. The second is that since we do not know how much Orochimaru has done, we must assume Naruto is a sleeper cell that is hell-bent on destroying Konoha. In this case, we are going to seal his memories and try to wipe them clear. Inoichi, after this meeting we are going to seal them." The council as a collective group sighed. Hiruzen said, "The final guideline is that he will not know about Orochimaru." The Hokage sent for Inoichi to come to Naruto's hospital bed. It was not the first time that Hiruzen requested that Inoichi to help with a patient in the hospital. The tall man was confused as to why he was here. "Hokage-sama, what is the point of me being here? I mean, I could be drawing information from Hitona's brain before it dies." The Hokage looked tired. The job was getting to him as more dire events keep occurring. He said, "Inoichi, he is a bomb waiting to explode. He has just lost his father and we don't know what Orochimaru had taught him. What I need you to do is seal his memories once and for all." Orochimaru had finally made it to the secret Akatsuki base. He sighed as he kept a picture of Naruto in his pocket right next to Ophelia. He did the hand sign that opened this cave-like. "This is interesting." In this place was a huge statue. The statue is a giant, humanoid entity with only its upper torso and arms visible. Its back has a number of spike-like protrusions. The statue is blindfolded. As he looked, Ona being appeared behind him. Orochimaru could not see his face but felt his aura. The man smirked as he spoke. "Welcome, Orochimaru. It is great that you have made it here. Orochimaru replied. It is great to be here. Is there anything you want me to do right now, Leader Sama? The man walked past him as he walked to the statue and touched it. Once he touched it, 9 spiritual beings that took the shape of dragons circled the man. In a moment the dragons circled his hands. In an instant, he crushed them, causing a purple light to glow in his hand. Orochimaru watched in fascination as the man opened his hand. In his hand was a ring with a purple gem with the kanji viper on it. The man said, Orochimaru, you were asked to join because of your mind and ninjutsu talents. Your responsibility is to make us better using science and chakra. You will be called on to capture a Jinchuriki. You should know one more thing. Orochi was puzzled at this but complied. What is Leader Sama? The leader smirked as the ring glided itself to Orochi's ring hand. He said with a certain satisfaction, Orochimaru, you are not the only Sannin to have joined our ranks. These 3 words described Konoha right now. It has been 3 grueling years since Orochimaru departed. It was an unfortunate event that had shook Konoha to its roots. Hiruzen sighed as it only seemed to get worse. He started to have a heavy heart as he had to tell his daughter-in-law her husband is dead. She collapsed under great stress and the baby contracted. The baby was born 6 weeks premature. The baby was named Konohamaru. It was the hope that this would bring peace within the Sarutobi clan. Hiruzen's headache grew at the tension in his own clan. He looked up from his desk to see Karasu holding a pouty, crossed-armed, blonde-haired kid by the scruff of his collar. Hiruzen looked at the boy and could not help but say that he is the main problem of those 3 words. It is unfortunate that it is the fault of the adults, yet he has to live with their consequences. He said, What did you do now, Naruto-kun? Naruto-kun was not adopted by the distinct secret order of the Hokage, so he has been basically on his own making small mischief. Karasu sighed as he dropped Naruto onto the chair. The blonde-haired boy was not your typical 6-year-old. No, he was smarter than that of a typical 6-year-old. As outgoing he seems to be on the outside, he is more reserved in the inside. He looked at the man he called Hiruzen as he spoke. Why don't you ask Karasu over here what happened? You know, Karasu, I wish you stop being a weasel and telling the Hokage everything. Hiruzen's facial muscles had to fight back a smile and Karasu glared at him, just waiting for the right opportunity to smack him upside his head. Ever since what happened to Ryu, Inu asked to disband the squad. Inu, swallowed into self-pity, has rigorously been on solo A-ranked missions. It was one right after the other. Nico and Karasu created another group with Karasu as the captain. They were a group and highly successful. However, it took its toll on Karasu, so he decided to give the team over to Nico while he was reassigned. It was a cruel twist of fate that he gained the day guard of the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. It was not all that bad, however. Naruto was going to take the academy test in a week or so. Naruto has been constantly in the library reading books that are well above his age. One time the librarian tried to force him out, muttering about the son of a traitor and demon spawn. Karasu had a little talk with him. As he saw the boy sit in the chair, it amazed Karasu on how much Naruto knows. He said in his stoic voice, Hokage-sama, it seems young Naruto-kun here committed a prank last evening. The owner of the food shop, Ringo, said that Naruto spray-painted his house. Naruto rolled his eyes as Hiruzen rubbed his temples. He said in a soft tone, Naruto-kun, why did you spray-paint the man's house? Naruto stood a little straighter in the chair. He had been tagged with a lot of mischief lately. Yes, Naruto had committed some problems, but to be honest, he really hasn't had the time to commit the acts anymore. He said, Hiruzen, as much as I want to commit these acts, I haven't had the time. I've been in the library reading books. In fact, the new librarian bought me a blanket and a pillow for I could sleep there from time to time. Plus, the picture does not have my style on it. My art is extremely descriptive. Whoever was the artist of that piece of junk should be arrested. Not for the vandalism, but the crime against art and anyone created art. This time Karasu face grew a smile on his face under his mask, of course. Hiruzen chuckled as he grabbed the bridge of his nose. He said, Oh Naruto-kun, what am I going to do with you? Naruto chirped. You can let me go and buy me ramen. The boy started to like ramen when turned 4 when Hiruzen took him to Ichiraku's. Karasu rolled his eyes as Naruto looked at the young male. Naruto said, "Karu, why are you rolling your eyes? You owe me like 3 ramen dinners." It is not that he owed Naruto the ramen dinner that got him. It was the fact that Naruto was able to see his eyes. With the mask on, no should be able to see his eyes or face. The masks have a genjutsu seal placed so no one could identify the person unless they want to be seen like Inu. Karasu was not one of those. Hiruzen was equally alarmed as he asked, "Naruto-kun, how did you know that?" Karasu rolled his eyes. This time Naruto rolled his eyes. He said, "Ajisen, it's simple. I looked him in the eyes as saw his jet black eyes go all the way around. By the way, Karasu, you need to start to sleep more or else you will never get rid of those wrinkles under your eyes. For that matter, how old are you? Do you have a girlfriend or a wife? Do you have children? Yeah, I can see you have kids. How many? 1, 2, 3 million. Karasu could only blink. 3 million kids. What the hell is wrong with the boy? I'm not even that old. I'm only 17. 17, damn it. Why the hell would I have a wife? No, why am I even processing what he's saying? No, I'm gonna take my girlfriend out to fancy restaurant. I need some alone time." Karasu was silent as Naruto asked his questions. Hiruzen had enough of the questions and said, "Naruto, that's enough. Stop asking Karasu personal questions. I'm sure he doesn't want to talk to a 6-year-old about his life." Naruto simply pouted. Naruto's eyes became as serious as any 6-year-old's could be. He had a problem and it keeps coming back. He said, "Ajisen, I had one of those dreams again." Hiruzen's eyes became wide as did Karasu's. Hiruzen sighed as he pressed the button under the top of his desk. In an instant, shadows disappeared out of the room. Naruto said, "Those guys need to work on their stealth capabilities. I mean, come on, their stealth is like wearing one of these orange jumpsuits. They are probably just lazy or lax." Hiruzen almost choked. This kid was not even a genin. He was just a 6-year-old who is not in the academy yet. Dear Kami, he was able to see them. He has the mouth of Jiraiya, the intellect of Orochimaru, and the perception of Tsunade. That is something we're going to talk about that later date. Hiruzen asked, "Naruto-kun, you were talking about those dreams. What was this dream about?" Naruto had been having these dreams that a mysterious man was teaching Naruto something. This isn't the first time, more like the ratio of 3 times a week. Inoichi had probed his mind to see where it's coming from. He wasn't able to find any indication of this. They tried to seal his mind before, only for his chakra to utterly annihilate the seal. They could only mask and restrain his ability to see Orochimaru in his memories. Naruto said, "Well, it felt so real. I was in a room with desks. The man was in front of a board. He was describing how to do math problems like 1 + 1 and something called multiplication." Hiruzen could tell something was off with Naruto's story. Naruto's slight pause gave it away. "What are you hiding, Naruto-kun?" Hiruzen replied, "Well, Naruto-kun, it's probably something you learned from one of your books, and your mind was creating picture of how you could possibly learning it." Naruto's look was an unbelieving one. "Well, Ajisen, I'm gonna go to bed now. I have a week to study for the academy. Bye." In an instant Naruto rushed out of the door. Hiruzen knew Naruto forgot about the ramen as he was hungrier for knowledge. Karasu took off his mask to reveal none other than Itachi Uchiha. He bowed as he said in his stoic voice, "Hokage-sama, do you think he is having these dreams? It seemed like he was faking just now." Hiruzen tapped his pipe as he started to light it. Hiruzen said with steel eyes, "Itachi, do not be mistaken. He is possibly the biggest danger we have ever seen. He is having those dreams as we saw a jump in brainwaves while he slept. However, we will never know what goes on in those dreams as each dreamwalker either gets blocked out, usually a potent chakra blast, or dies. So unless Naruto-kun tells me the truth, I won't ever know." Itachi saw Hiruzen's point. One cannot keep using dreamwalkers and kill them off. That is why Konoha has kept the Yamanakas safe. He sighed as he considered Naruto as his other brother. He had to admit Naruto could be more fun than his other brother. He said, "Do you think that Orochimaru has anything to do with it?" Hiruzen was not surprised with Itachi's questions. Itachi has a huge soft spot for Naruto after the mission at Orochi's house. He had to choose his words carefully. It would seem that way as he was extremely close to Naruto. However, there is no telling because the man is a shadow. Could even be Jiraiya. Jiraiya is known for his telecommunication skills. I wouldn't put it past him to teach Naruto via dreams. After all, he is the boy's godfather. Only a few people knew about Jiraiya's connection to Naruto. Itachi just so happened to be one of them. The news brightened Itachi up a tad bit, but not that much. He asked, "Do you want me to follow him and see what he is up to?" Hiruzen smoked his pipe to think about it. "No, you are taking the day off. Spend some time with your younger brother and your girlfriend. You haven't had time to yourself. Naruto will be fine when you come back tomorrow. Now go have some fun." Itachi nodded as he disappeared as the man took a puff of pipe. Naruto went to his little hiding place. It was behind the Hokage mountain. It was such a beautiful place where there were thousands of different colored flowers that sparkled when hit by the sun's rays. There was a crystal blue ravine, where the water was crisp and clean. The wind was gentle. It was a peaceful place that only a few knew. The rumor has it only future Hokages can know about this place. Well, the possible future Hokage known as Naruto pulled out some books from his backpack. Naruto thought, "I can't let Ajisen know what I've been taught or he might make it stop. Doesn't everybody have those dreams now and again?" Well, from the look on Ajisen's face, I'm guessing that's a no. Well, what makes me different? I mean, sure, I have those lines on my face, but those dog people have triangles on theirs. Does that mean I'm related to them? If so, then why didn't they adopt me? Maybe it's because I have blonde hair. But the Yamakas have blonde hair. So they could have adopted me. But I'm still by myself. Did I do something to them to not like me? Okay, Naruto, you got to stop having these thoughts. One day someone will adopt you and you will have a big family. So let's see what I was taught last night. As Naruto recollected his dream/memory, something was coming towards him. Naruto said to himself, "Okay, futon is the ability to use wind jutsu." He said wind is unpredictable and that you will know its nature right after it hit you. He also said that you can use futon with taijutsu and kenjutsu. Whatever the hell kenjutsu is, it sounds so cool. Now the question is, how do I start using futon? I guess I'll look at some books on futon at the library. The test is going to be adding, subtracting dash. Maybe I could be of assistance. Naruto frantically looked around. He knew he heard a voice, a male's in particular, but he didn't see him or her. He yelled, "Who is it? Where are you? You can't be the wind." He pulled out a rusted kunai and got ready to defend himself if he has to. Look down. That was all it took for Naruto to see who was talking to him. His eyes went wide as he fell to the ground. He stuttered as he started to move back. Why, you're a talking snake." Orenji looked at Naruto with a sense of happiness. He had been sent by Yamada to locate the boy and be his pet. He was going to train him in the ways of the snake. Unfortunately, he had not been able to find Naruto for over 6 months. He had to be extremely sly and sneaky as Konoha has become more anti-snake. He has seen some ordinary snakes die in such inhumane ways for slithering in the grass. It made him shudder at the thought. He could see the boy was afraid. He knew why one would be afraid of a talking snake, but he had to reach him somehow. He played obliviousness as he said, "You are correct, young man. My name is Orenji. What is yours?" Naruto stopped moving back as he looked the snake in the eyes, but with a good amount of distance between him. Naruto was quite popular with animals as mammals and amphibians. More than one species from each have visited or helped Naruto. However, this is the first time since he could remember that Naruto has dealt with a reptile. A talking one no less. He instinctually sat cross-legged. It took him a moment to start speaking. "Well, Orenji-san, my name is Naruto Uzumaki, the next Hokage." Orenji's eyes went wide at his proclamation. His enthusiasm and conviction was impressive since a person has a 1 in a million chance to become the leader of a country. Unfortunately, Naruto has not only as one but 2 deciding factors that are against him, the Kyuubi and Orochimaru. Orenji hopes he can help in any way possible. The first was helping him with his fundamentals. He said, "Well, Naruto-san, do you know what is going to be on this test of yours?" Naruto rolled his eyes as he took out a brush, ink, and a scroll out of his backpack. Orenji was naturally curious as to what Naruto would write on this scroll. As he watched Naruto draw, he was amazed how smooth he wrote. Each stroke of the brush felt like it was writing on ice. Naruto was finished with the scroll and gave it to Orenji. Orenji opened the scroll and his eyes were wide. Naruto said, "Well, the test is going to be on basic things such as 1 + 1, 2 - 1, and things like that. From what I've heard, they are going to start asking questions on elements and things of that nature. Now you said you were going to help me or something. What do you want to teach me?" "Well, what do you need to know, Naruto-san? Do you know how to add? Subtract?" Naruto thought about it for a moment. What could I learn from this snake? Maybe he might know about this futon thing. If so, it will be one less trip to the library. Wait a minute, what does he want in return? He said, "Orenji-san, I've learned that you don't get anything free. So may I ask, what do you want back from me?" Orenji slithered around Naruto. This made Naruto comfortable and uncomfortable at the same time. He didn't know what the snake was going to do to him, but he felt as if he knew the snake before. Orenji was proud. This was the boy he remembered. The always curious but cautious boy. He saw a chance that he had been waiting for. He said, "Well, Naruto-san, all I want is to have an owner. I've been by myself for a little over 6 years. I would hope that we could be in a mutual relationship, whether it is being a pet, an owner, or teacher and student, or even both. You can gain so much knowledge from me while I gain a family to call my own. So what do you say?" Orenji had the pleading eyes. Naruto's eyes became low. He knew the feeling of wanting a family. He knows how it feels to be alone. Orenji had played with the right heartstrings. Naruto asked with a slimmer of hope in his soft voice, Do you really want to be family with me?" Orenji frowned slightly at the boy's slightly broken voice. Orenji curled up around Naruto's side. Naruto took it as a sign of confirmation. For the first time in a long time, Naruto had a happy smile on his face as he softly petted his snake. "Yeah, he's my snake. I like that." Orenji looked at his master and remembered something important. "Naruto-sama, there is something we need to discuss. Listen closely, not under any circumstances or time. Do you tell anyone about me and how I am with you?" Naruto's eyes went wide at this. It made him feel good to be called Sama, but it was not the most prominent thing on his mind. "Why can't I talk about having him as my pet? Is it because people are scared of snakes?" He said barely in a whisper. Why Orenji-kun? Is it because people are afraid of snakes? I don't think Ajisen is afraid of snakes. He said I could come to him with anything." Orenji could see the natural curiosity in the boy's face. To be honest, Orenji was curious about who is Naruto's Ajisen. He knew Orochi's parents were dead and that Naruto was not adopted, at least legally. He asked, "Naruto-sama, who is your Ajisen?" Naruto blinked. He replied with confusion deep into his voice, "The Hokage is my Ajisen, of course." Orenji's eyes went wide. "No, he definitely can't let that old monkey know. That will be catastrophic." Orenji said, "Naruto-sama, I think the Hokage would be even less happy to see me." Naruto didn't understand why, but he believed him. He nodded his head as he spoke. "Okay, Orenji-san. I won't tell him, but how are you going to eat? I mean, I barely get enough as it is." That was a good question for a 6-year-old to think about, making Orenji think about how Naruto still surprises him. He said, "Well, Naruto-kun, I'm able to weave around the forest undetected, so don't worry about it." Naruto sighed as he lied down in the grass. Although it concerned him that he couldn't tell Ajisen, he was happy with the thought of having a family. He saw the sun shine as Orenji curled up next to him. Finally, there was a bright side in the young boy's life. Just like the sun, his life was looking up. While the sun was looking up at a certain blonde-haired boy, the sun was going down on a certain black-haired teenager. Itachi had entered his home with a sigh. As he looked around, he saw his mother playing his little brother. It had become common knowledge for the higher-ups that there has been a huge amount of tension between the Uchiha clan and Konoha altogether. Fugaku has been adamant to the Uchiha Council that all I would take is a small incident and there would be a civil war. Itachi knew this and was naturally afraid. Don't get him wrong, he's not afraid to battle. That was the least of his problems. No, he was afraid of what will happen with his family and the backlash of the civil war. The Sharingan, although powerful, was not nearly enough to defeat a whole nation. It would put a dent in it for sure, but overrun it, he highly doubted it. It did not help he was treading the line between his family and Konoha. He has been leaning towards Konoha as he saw the actions of his father and the Uchiha Council to be foul and downright wrong. He knew that his father wanted the Kyuubi brat with him to control him. He didn't like how his father kept asking about the boy's tendencies and things like that. It made his stomach flip a few times. "Oh Nizen, you're home." His thoughts were interrupted as he saw an almost miniature version of himself without the trenches under his eyes running towards him. Itachi smiled as he crouched down and hugged his little brother. Sasuke is probably one of the most important people to Itachi. Sasuke was an innocent who was brought into a clan with so much guilt, hatred, and most of darkness. It made him internally frown as he thought about how ignorant and blind his little brother will be. He put on a fake smile as he rubbed his head. "It's good to see you too, Otudo. What did you do today?" Sasuke had a big wide smile on his face. He really hasn't seen his brother except for during the night. Sasuke knew his big brother was important and had to be away, but it didn't mean he didn't feel a small bit of selfishness as he couldn't spend a lot of time with him. He said, "I learned my ABCs and my numbers up to 50. Mom said that you will teach me, so I can pass the academy test next week." Itachi looked at his mother with a slightly confused look on his face. Her eyes, though soft, held a certain amount of sternness to them. Itachi looked closely to his mother. Makoto is a fair-skinned woman with long, black hair with bangs hanging on either side of her face and black eyes. She wore a simple dark purple blouse with a red plum skirt and a light yellow apron over it. Itachi loved his mother dearly, but he always felt she was hiding something from him. She was enigma to him and it didn't sit right with him. He could clearly tell she wasn't happy, but the fake smile tugged at his heartstrings. He had learned from Naruto how to tell a real smile from a fake one. As he looked closely, his eye widened slightly. "Why is she wearing makeup?" he said with a fake smile on his face. "Okay. Otudo, let's go outside, so I could teach you how to throw a shuriken. Then I'll teach you some academics." Sasuke nodded enthusiastically as he followed his brother outside. Itachi gave a quick glance at his mother, who sincerely smiled at seeing her eldest son teaching her youngest son. Itachi mouthed, "We will talk later." She instantly grew a frown on her face as she nodded. "Okay, Naruto-sama. You have done very well on your math and writing," Orenji said as he tested Naruto. It has been 3 days since Naruto met his pet. Orenji has come to learn that Naruto was great at the academic stuff, even with subjects that are advanced for his age like multiplication and some basic division. He knew most of the stuff but wanted to know more about the aspects of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. Before Orochimaru's departure, Orenji was made one of the highest commanders in the Snake Army. Hell, he was one of the few that trained Orochimaru in the Hibi style. He saw that Naruto was eager to learn, which made him smile. "Okay, Naruto, I'm going to teach you about the basics in elements. To start, there are 5 main elements. They are Katan, fire, Futon, wind, Doton, earth, Suiton, water, and finally Raiton, lightning. Now each element can be super powerful or not so powerful against each other. Basically, all the element go into dash. A circle. I remember hearing this when I was younger, but I don't know who said it," Naruto said. Orenji's eyes went wide. This kid kept surprising Orenji. He remembers that lesson from Orochimaru? I wonder if he remembers Anko. Well, let's see what I can pry out of his memory. Orenji coughed as he said, "That is correct, Naruto-sama. May I ask, do you remember how the circle goes?" Naruto started to think about it. He remembered this over and over in his sleep. He said, "I think it starts with fire. Fire beats wind. Wind beats lightning. Lightning beats earth. Earth beats water. Finally, water beats fire." Orenji nodded with a bit of pride that Naruto knew it. "Excellent, Naruto, just excellent. You are a step closer to being the Hokage." Naruto beamed at the praise of his pet snake. Orenji smiled as he continued, "Now, Naruto-sama, I think the academy will teach you more about how this circle came to be and how to use it effectively." Naruto pouted slightly as he was not going to go into the subject deeper. Orenji slithered away from Naruto a bit. "Naruto, we're going to work on the final part of the test, which is taijutsu. It is important for you to know hand-to-hand combat. So we are going to start with the different types of punches. Did you get the book on punches from the library?" Once he saw Naruto pull the book out, he continued to speak. Okay, Naruto, we are going to start with a normal stance. What stance does it say to start with? Read it out loud. Naruto looked at the first page where it said stances. He read out loud. The first thing you need to learn before anything else is the basic stance. The basic stance is the side squat stance. To begin, your body weight should be distributed 50% on each leg. Your legs should be spread shoulder width apart and the knees should be bowed outward so as to strengthen the stance. This is a side fighting stance, 75% defense and 25% offense. The feet should be pointing straight or at a slightly outward angle in front of the body, and the hips should be tucked in so they are in line with the heels. The knees should be bent so they will allow slight viewing of the toes. Orenji nodded as Naruto got up. He saw the photo in the book and imitated it. Although it looked correct, Orenji could see many flaws in it. He slithered over to him and hit him in the stomach, not hard enough to leave marks but to make him stumble back. As Naruto fell over, he said, Naruto, the point of the stance is for you to not fall back and stumble. Let's try it again. Orenji was happy to see Naruto not complain but merely tried it again. Once he was in position, Orenji tried it again only for Naruto to stumble only slightly. Much better, Naruto. Try it again. Naruto once again got into position. He moved his leg over a bit and was set. Orenji once again hit Naruto. Naruto did not move. Orenji said, Good adjustment, Naruto. Orenji slithered to the book and gave it to Naruto. He asked, What is the first punch you see? I want you to read the description out loud. Naruto looked at it and said, The first is the arm punch. It says the body is not used for leverage, and the force of the punch comes from the arm. Arm punches are notably weaker than punches in which the whole body is used. Arm punches are initially intended to hit the same side of the face by which the arm is thrown from. For example, if a left punch is thrown, the fist will make direct contact on the left side of the opponent's face. Naruto saw pictures of the motions of the arm punch as Orenji said, Naruto-sama, that is a basic punch. What you must do is bring your right foot forward and punch with your right. Then you do the exact same with your left. Naruto nodded as he did exactly what Orenji said. He moved his right leg and punched with his right. Orenji liked Naruto's initial form. If he could keep progressing, he will be able to pass that test with no problems. While Naruto was training with Orenji, Sasuke was training with his brother. Otudo, come at me with your strongest hit, Itachi said with a stoic voice. Itachi was more of a hands-on type of a teacher. He always felt that if you can feel you mistake, you can remember it the next time and not do it again. He got into a regular stance as he saw Sasuke ready to attack. He said calmly, Go. With that, Sasuke came at Itachi. He threw a punch only for it to be deflected by Itachi. He stumbled a bit only to see Itachi's legs sweep him. He fell with ease as Itachi caught him and threw him. Itachi only used a little power as he did not want to truly hurt his brother. Sasuke was able to catch himself from hitting the tree behind him. He started to breathe a little harder as he felt the feeling in his legs starting to come back. Itachi looked almost passively as Sasuke came back at him, this time with a kick. Not a good move, brother. Itachi caught his brother's kick at his side. He squeezed it hard enough for Sasuke to feel it and yell in pain. Onaizen, let me go, you're hurting my leg, Sasuke cried out. Itachi thought about it for a moment but decided against it. He pulled him closer to him and flipped him on his back. Itachi said, Sasuke, your enemies are not going to be nice and let you go. Next time, try to counter my attack. You got to be a lot quicker than before. Get up and try again. Sasuke got up, albeit shakily. His ankle felt like it was broken, but he knew that this was one of the few times he was able to spar with his brother. I won't let you down, Onaizen. He charged his brother even with his noticeable limp. Itachi saw him coming, but he was more concerned about his ankle. Was my grip a little too hard? Note to self, remember your brother's age. I wonder what he's going to do next. He heard his brother yell, I got you this time, Nizen. He did a sidekick only for his brother to catch his leg. Sasuke smiled as he used the opportunity to lift his other leg up and kick Itachi in the face. Itachi was so surprised that he did not have enough time to maneuver. It was a direct hit. Itachi instantly let go of Sasuke's leg only to feel that same leg kick him behind the knee. He fell to one knee as he saw his brother coming with another punch. It happened in an instant. Itachi forgot who he was dealing with as he, with speed that Sasuke could not comprehend, grabbed Sasuke's arm, twisted it back, kicked the poor boy's knees and put him into a submission hold. As Sasuke started to cry, Itachi blinked and realized what he was doing. He let his brother go as 1,000 thoughts went through his head. Oh shit! What the hell did I do? Otudo, are you okay? Itachi's voice was one of concern. He saw his brother's head come up. There were tears flowing down his eyes. The boy hiccuped as he tried to stop the free-falling tears. It was like a dagger to Itachi's heart, knowing he was the cause of his brother's pain. He gently turned Sasuke over to check to see if there was any damage. He did a couple of hand signs and his hand had a green light. As Sasuke sniffled, Itachi checked everything. It took a few moments for Itachi to finish his diagnosis. He sighed as there were no broken bones or anything like that. Sasuke finally fell asleep from his pain. He sighed as he gently lifted his brother up onto his shoulders and carried him into the house. Itachi's only thought was, the darkness of the Uchiha is growing within me too. It was Friday morning and it was time for the academy test. Naruto had wakened up extra early. Today he felt amazing. He had been studying extra hard and was ready. Orenji-kun, it's time for breakfast. Orenji slithered to his master. He could feel the excitement flow through his master. It was so warm and bright. All Orenji could do is embrace it. He coiled himself around Naruto's leg. Naruto smiled as he pet his snake's head. Naruto took a quick shower and got dressed as Orenji ate an orange. Naruto said, Orenji, take care of the place while I take one step closer to being the Hokage. Orenji smiled as he waved his tail at the leaving Naruto. He made sure Naruto was gone and exhaled. Took a few seconds until he heard something. The boy is growing up so quickly, Orenji. It seems like yesterday that I saw Naruto as a little baby with those innocent blue eyes. Wouldn't you agree, Orenji-kun? Orenji nodded as he slithered towards the voice. He knew who it was, but it still was a shock to see him. He looked up at the being with the voice and said, It is a shock to see you outside of the summoning world, Yamada-sama, but yes, Naruto-kun is growing in front of my eyes. Not to be rude, but may I ask why you are here? You normally never leave Ryuchi Cave, Star. Yamato was about 12 feet tall. He was a white snake with gold and purple stripes. One would call him regal, as when he stood up on his tail, his posture commanded respect. His left eye was red, like the winter cherry, while his right eye was gold. On his back he had the kanji for 8 on it. Orochimaru very rarely summoned Yamada as Orochi was closer to Manda. It would be disrespectful to Manda to summon Yamada of all people. Yamada replied to the orange snake, It is quite all right, Orenji. I know you weren't trying to be offensive. I came here to see the boy myself. After all, it is highly unusual for the Hibi clan to take a liking to a boy. I don't know about power or I should strength-wise if he is capable of beating Manda and Orochi, but I can feel his charisma 3 miles away. Let's be realistic, since you know him better than me, what should we work on to get him up to speed? I don't want him to be the dead last. Usually the dead last gets the worst teacher and I don't want that. Orenji replied, Yamada-sama, you're counting your snake eggs before they could even hatch. I'll work with his taijutsu and ninjutsu and fuinjutsu. If he is adept to it, I'll find some to train him in genjutsu. I think he should learn kenjutsu, but that's a little bit later. He will be ready. Yamada stroked his chin with his coiled tail. He liked the idea of having Naruto being trained in each subject. He said with a commanding tone, Excellent idea, Orenji-kun. The more he knows, the better off he will be. Now how long can we prolong the inevitable? Orochi has been stymied due to that group he had joined, but I have a feeling that is going to last long. We need to get ready for the war, and you are one of my most powerful soldiers. Orenji smiled inwardly as Yamada respected him. He said, Yamada-sama, it will take a while. I would say 6 years to get Naruto into a position to fight. He more than likely will not be able to fight Orochi face to face, but he'll be able to be an asset to the rebellion. Does he know about the rebellion? Yamada asked with much curiosity. Orenji admitted, Not yet. As much as he trusts me, I can't trust him with that. He's only 6 years old. I honestly don't like the thought of telling a 6-year-old about a rebellion that would wreak havoc all over the place. To be honest, I'm on edge as to him talking about me to anyone at this point. You know the backlash would be catastrophic to our cause. The white snake nodded his head sagely as he saw Orenji's point. With a whip of his golden tail, he said, "Good point, Orenji-kun. It's hard to imagine he is only the innocent age of 6. Orenji-kun, I will be popping up time to see his progress. I will be sending you some scrolls for Naruto to learn from. I hope to see amazing results. I trust you with his and my life." Orenji used his tail to salute him. He bowed his head as he spoke. "Thank you, Yamata-sama. I will not let you or Naruto-kun down." Naruto finally made it to the academy. It was no a far walk as it was than a mile away. However, he could feel eyes peering at him. He shuddered slightly inwardly as it was. Not by any means something normal. However, they didn't Naruto Uzumaki. He kept his head up and was ready for anything. Well, almost anything. Naruto looked around and saw something that broke his heart. He saw all the kids with their parents. With his sensitive hearing, he heard the "I love you. You always make me proud. And the "you'll do fine, I promise." He heard it all. His fists were balled because even he didn't want to admit it to anyone out loud. He would give almost anything to hear just one "I love you." He sighed dejectedly as he went onto the swing and read the book Futon and You. How to be properly aligned with the wind. He was so into the book that he almost did not notice 2 shadows blocking the sun. Almost. "Hello, Naruto-kun. I see you are ready for the test." The voice was soft and almost lacked any emotion. Naruto looked up to see not 1 but 2 black-haired people in front of him. He blinked as he recognized one of the boys. He said with incredulous deep into his voice, "Is that you, Karasu? Wow, I've never seen you without your mask on. I mean, without looking through the mask, of course. I see that you still haven't gotten any sleep. You just never listen." Naruto huffed as he looked the other boy up and down. The boy looked so much like Itachi. He was a lot younger than Karasu, and Karasu was with him to take him to his test. Naruto's eyes went wide as it all made sense now. He put 1 and 1 together and said with such finality, "Oh, it's about time, Karasu. I thought you would never let me see your son." Silence. Itachi's eyes went wide as the pocky he was eating fell out of his mouth. This was the second time Naruto had said this. If Naruto keeps saying stupid things like this, rumors will start. The last thing he or the Uchiha need is rumors about incest. Sasuke looked at his brother with great confusion. What did this mysterious blonde boy know that he didn't? Sasuke said with much uncertainty, "Onizen, you're my Tusan?" Just like that. Itachi gave Naruto a glare as he said, "Naruto, this is my brother. Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke, this is Naruto Uzumaki. He's here to take the test like you." Both Naruto and Sasuke mouthed "oh" as they understood why they both were here. He got off the swing and held his hand out to the black-haired boy. The black-haired boy was not used to this. He was taught extensively to bow when you meet someone you have met for the first time. So it was natural to him that he bowed to Naruto. Naruto cocked an eyebrow as it was unusual to him but nonetheless bowed to Sasuke. Sasuke said, "It is nice to meet you, Naruto-san. I hope we will be in the same class together." Sasuke was polite, but it was still weird to him that his brother knew this blonde-haired boy. For that matter, why didn't Itachi mention him sooner? Did Itachi rob him of a potential friend? For that matter, where are his parents? He asked with curiosity. "Naruto-san, why are you here by yourself? Why aren't your parents here?" Itachi visibly flinched at the notion, but it went unnoticed by his little brother. Naruto was thankful to have the book back in his face at the time so he could recollect himself. He looked over the book with a fake smile planted on. He said with a fake chuckle, "Oh, they are on a mission, so they couldn't come today." That calmed Itachi down for a moment. However, that made Sasuke even more curious. Itachi was learning as time has gone by that the curiosity of child was like chakra of a bijou. Massive. "What kind of missions do your parents do? Are they super strong ninjas? What are their names?" With each question, it became harder for Naruto to keep the fake smile on his face. Itachi saw that Naruto was about to start shaking. Before Naruto could respond, the voice over the loudspeakers said it was time for the test to start. Itachi had an audible sigh as Naruto was saved from the hot seat by the test. He said, "Come on, Otudo. It's time to take the test. We'll see you around, Naruto-kun." Naruto nodded as he ran with his book hugged close to him. I got to work on my fake smile. I don't need anyone's sympathy. Just because I don't know who they are doesn't mean I don't have any. Right? Right. Arg. I got to keep focus on the test. As Naruto was trying to focus, he did not look at where he was going. Crash. Naruto went sprawling to ground with the book falling next to him. He looked up to see a tall regal man looking down at him as he held his daughter's hand. He wanted to say something, but his mouth could not move as the pupil-less man peered down at him. The man ordered one of his servants, with a great amount of strictness, to help the boy up. The man said, "Watch where you are going next time, Uzumaki-san." Naruto could only look at the man with a scowl as the man's daughter hid behind her father with a blush. He just picked up his book and went into the building. After Naruto signed the proper forms for the test and went into the classroom, he watched as the parents gave their children their last words of encouragement before the test. He sighed as he saw one kid right next to him fell asleep on the desk. Did he just fall asleep? As a curious boy, Naruto did the only sensible thing to do. He poked the boy with a pencil. The boy did not move. Naruto could only blink as the body stayed still. He poked him one more time. The boy looked up to see blonde hair. The boy said in a bored one, "Why did you yawn wake me up?" It was starting to get good. Naruto's eyes went wide. The boy was sleeping, but why would he sleep, especially during the test? Naruto said slowly, "You know today is the test to get into the academy, right?" The boy sighed as he heard the boy talked. He really wanted to sleep before the two, he considered his brother and sister comes in and take the test with him. He knew his sister will wake him up and keep bothering him. All he wanted to get 5 more minutes. Unfortunately, he got the wrong kid to sit next to. When he didn't answer Naruto, Naruto took it upon himself to poke him. Again. "Yes, I'm up. Are you happy?" The boy said with a slight irritation in his voice. Naruto didn't pay him any heed. He was too caught up in the fact that the boy wasn't excited but instead went to sleep. He said indignantly, "Dude, I don't want you to fail the test because you fell asleep. This is where you find out if you will become a ninja." The boy replied irritably, "First off, dude, my name is Shikamaru. Second, I highly doubt that one test will tell us if we are going to be ninjas or not. If it is that easy, then everyone can become a ninja. Don't you think?" Shika had a point. It would be too easy for anyone to become a ninja. This made Naruto think about the test a little more. So Shika dash. The name is Shikamaru. Yeah, whatever, Shika. Now Shika, if this test is the only way into the academy, what do you think is going to be on it? There has to be a trick somewhere. As much as the boy has irritated him, the blonde boy was right. What else could be on there? The boy is not an idiot after all, but he is definitely something. I just can't think of the word. Shika looked the boy with lazy eyes and said, "What's your name?" Naruto smiled as he said, "I'm Naruto Uzumaki, the next Hokage." Shikamaru chuckled at the boy. Naruto would have frowned, but he decided to smile instead. He faked laughed as he continued, "Just wait, Shika. When I become the Hokage, you will eat your words." Did someone say munch thing about eating? Naruto looked up to see a big boy eating a bag of chips. The boy has a much more robust physique than anyone Naruto has seen. The boy had little swirls on his face and had brown hair. Naruto looked over to his acquaintance and could tell that they knew each other. The brown-haired boy asked Shika, "Who's Munch this? I've never seen him before." Shika pointed at Naruto and said, "Chuji, that's Naruto, and Naruto, that's Chuji." Naruto shook Chue's hand. Naruto had a huge smile on his face. He was starting to gain friends. Before he could do anything else, a teacher walked into the classroom. Shika wondered if where his sister was. She's probably in another classroom. The teacher gave out pieces of paper to the children and said, "Okay, boys and girls. You will see the top page is bigger than the others. On the top it asks for your name. Write your name and fold it to the dotted line." The ninja was surprised how quiet and in control these kids were. He watched as the kids did what they were told. When he saw the last one finish, he said, "Now I want you to look at the questions and answer as many you can before I say time. You cannot ask any questions about the test. After you are done, you will keep them and take it to the next part of the test. Are there any questions?" There were no questions. "Begin." The test was about an hour and a half long and Naruto was smiling. The first test was easy. He knew that he passed that test with flying colors. The test was on adding, subtracting, spelling, and other simple stuff. He and Shikamaru were the first to finish. They were told to go downstairs to start the second part of the test. When he got to the classroom, he saw Sasuke coming out of the other classroom. He waved to the boy, but he didn't see him. He shrugged at the boy. He looked to his left and saw the shy pupilless girl, who hid behind her father earlier, coming out of her classroom. Why is she of shy? Naruto said, "Hey, what's your name?" The girl squeaked like a mouse as she knew the boy was talking about her. She became red in the face as she twiddled her fingers. She said with a stutter, "Emma, my name is Hinata Hyuga." Naruto grinned at her, causing her to get redder. He smiled as most kids wouldn't tell him their names, so this was like heaven to him. He said, "It's nice to meet you, Hinata. I'm Naruto Uzumaki." He was compelled to bow. All she could do was bow and twiddled her fingers. Naruto looked at the time and his eyes went wide. He said as he started to run towards the stairs, "I have to get going, Hina-chan. Hopefully, I'll see you in the academy." Her face went flush as one thought came to mind. He called me Hina-chan. Naruto walked downstairs only to get hit with darkness. What the hell is going on? He got into a defensive stance only to see a bright light. He shielded his eyes from the brightness. When he opened them completely, he was able to see what looked like outside. He was definitely confused as to what the hell was going on. He was soon knocked off his feet as a voice boomed out of nowhere. "Okay, kid. Welcome to the second part of the exam. Before we can begin, please take out the paper from the first test and put it on the table to your right." Naruto wiped the sweat off of his face. He did what he was told only to see a shadow take the paper from him. The voice said, "The second part of the academy test is to see your throwing abilities. In front of you are 30 kunais. The first part of this test is to see the accuracy of your throws. You will see a target on the dummy. Try to hit the red dot. We will tell you when you are finished with the first part. Begin." It has been an hour since Naruto finished the academy test. To be honest, the test was not like anything Naruto had expected. "Man, my arm is sore." He kept telling me to keep throwing. Then we had this pulse test. I don't even know what it was for. All that guy did was touch me and he burned his hand. How did he burn his hand, for that matter? No, what, it doesn't matter. I'm gonna go home and go to sleep. As Naruto trudged his way home, he failed to notice two people looking at him on top of the rooftop. The first one had short brown hair and dark eyes with protruding bags. He wore the standard Konoha shinobi outfit, complete with a forehead protector that he wore as a bandana, flak jacket, and regular shinobi sandals. He also carried a katana with a rectangular hand guard strapped over his back. He said, "I can't believe it has been 3 years since the event." The man next to him nodded sadly. He is a tall, fit ninja, with his tall and spiky white hair, forehead protector regularly covering his scarred left eye, and his chronically visible mask. He always wears the standard Konoha shinobi outfit along with iron-plated gloves from his ANBU days on his arms. He wears black sleeves with metal arm protectors over them. He also has leather straps around his back and chest. He sighed as depression overwhelmed him. "Look, Ryu, I dash." The one formerly known as Ryu interrupted him as he said, "Kakashi, I'm at peace at what happened. You got to learn how to let it go." He put his hand on his back to comfort him. "We didn't know what to expect when we went into his house." Kakashi replied with guilt. "I know, but it still should not have gone down like that. Maybe if I dash." Ryu snapped. "If you did what, Kakashi?" "We completed over 700 missions together without a serious casualty in a row. That is the second highest, only to the Sannin, who did over 1,000. It was bound to happen sometime or another. I was just lucky that we were in Konoha and near the hospital." Kakashi nodded as he thought about it. He said, "Hey 8, what did the doctor say about your condition?" Hey 8 coughed as he said, "She said that my dream of becoming a real boy is over." Hey 8 cracked a smile as Kakashi did one of his famous eye smiles. That was one of the things that Kakashi liked about Hey 8, other than his versatility, was his jokes and calming demeanor. Hey 8 said, "Doc said that I'll live, but I have to be careful. If I took one more fume, I would have been DOA. I'm lucky enough to say that I survived. You know what it reminded me of?" What's that? Kakashi asked curiously. Hayate laughed while he was coughing. He said, do you remember our 100th mission to Cha no Kuni, Land of Tea? Kakashi blinked as he thought about it. It dawned on him as a smile slowly grew on his masked face as he started to laugh. He said, you don't mean that mission? Thank Kami for Nico knocking that crazy bitch out. She had that turkey baster waiting primed for us. She was mostly smitten over Karasu. She nearly broke that boy off. Hayate laughed as he said, yeah, what a way to cough pop your cherry. The Hokage lit into our asses cough, especially when Mikoto almost sued us for getting her baby boy, in her words, fucked by a scheming, conniving banshee of a harlot. Fugaku was only mad cough because there might be someone who has gained the Uchiha sperm. Kakashi could only laugh. I bought him an Ica Paradise book. He told me that he gained a new respect for the series. Now he has the whole collection. They both bust out laughing. Once they caught their breath, Hayate let out a sullen sigh. He said, Kakashi, Nico told me about your plan to leave the ANBU to be the sensei of Naruto in a few years. I find it weird that you are taking such a leap of fate that he even passes the test. Kakashi shook head at the notion that Nico could keep her mouth shut. Hayate continued, I thought about it for a little bit ***, and I came to two conclusions. The first was that because of how close Naruto looks to the Yondaime, you feel compelled to be his teacher. The second is the infamous grudge that you are known to carry. So you decided that you would vindicate the Yondaime and myself by hindering him. Neither of the events was of his own doing. I would hope it is the former of the two. But I brought it for a more personal reason. Along with Karasu, I've been asked to watch him during the night, as a few threats have been followed through while the boy is asleep. I've seen him do some things that I have to admit that I was impressed about. I'm going to keep shadowing him. If I still find him impressive, I'm going to... It has been 2 days since the entry exam for the academy. Due to the fact that this is a ninja business and not a civilian business, the Sandaime Hokage has issued a meeting with the Shinobi Council. It did not help that most of the clan head's children were also taking the test. He saw everyone in the Shinobi Council, even his advisors, present and silently waiting for him to speak. He lit his pipe as he always did before a meeting. He took a puff before speaking. Good morning, council members. As always, it is great to see all of you in great health. As you all know, 2 days ago we gave the young ones the entry exam to get into one of our foundations known as the Academy. Since the Academy is from ages 6 through 12, we let that age group test. This year, because of the piss-poor way of testing that has pushed forth less than exceptional students into the Academy, we have implemented a new blind system. We told them to fold their names so it could not be seen. They took the written test and held onto the test. We then put them in the dark hallway where they can only see the practice field and a voice telling them where they are told to put their test on the desk. What they do not know is on the desk there was a seal. Once the paper touched the desk, it automatically bonds the folded paper, and only those with authorization can open. In this darkness, for trained shinobi are watching the child. One is grading the written test, while the other 3 are watching the speed and accuracy of the kunai. The 3 ninjas put the child accuracy and speed into the files I have here today. With a look of confusion on the Shinobi Council's face, Hiruzen sighed as he took out 5 files and responded. I know it sounds complicated, but it was highly effective. With that out of the way, I'm going to talk about the percentages. Out of 300 students, only 89 passed. This means about 29% of the children passed. The older children had a harder test and I was much stricter for them, but that is beside the point. In my hand here are the 5 top exams. The top 5 get to use the Academy training ground with no limits. The top 3 also get an unlimited library card where they are able to take out an unlimited amount of books for 2 academic years. The top grade will have the unlimited library card for life and full-time access to the elemental jutsu side. He or she will carry a key of the library so they can access it during the night. The Shinobi Council was in a state of awe at the reward for the top grade. The one who wanted the top spot the most were the Hyuga and the Uchiha clans. Both had a huge chance for their children to win, as each was tutored by extraordinary tutors in Kurenai and Itachi. They were extremely anxious as to who will win. Fugaku thought, the top student will have full access of the library? What the hell is he thinking? That means one student will have the ability to access the forbidden side of the library where some of the most powerful jutsus lie. From what I have heard, it contains second-tier elements like Enten release. Imagine all the possibilities. That boy better get the top score. Well, the Uchiha more than Hyuga. The Hyuga had stayed into his stoic form as the Hokage cleared his throat. The way the test is determined is by a total of 40 points. The written test is worth 10 points. The accuracy is worth 15 points, meaning 5 from each of the ninja judges. The speed is also worth 15 points, once again 5 from each judge. Without further ado, let's name the top 5 academic students. Number 5 had a score of 32.5 out of 40, or an average of 82, was Hinata Hyuga. Congratulations, Hayashi. As the members of the council clapped, Hayashi was bitterly disappointed. Even with a tutor in Kurenai, she still could not be the best among 6-year-olds. What a waste. I bet Fugate Team Spawn got the top prize. Kami. How much I hate that arrogant tool, Hayashi thought. Fugaku had an all-knowing smirk. It's all over Hyuga. The Uchiha is much better than you losers. The Hokage might as well hand it over to me. Shows that old monkey who's who. That's what you get for trying to put me in my place. I can't wait till I see that old monkey's face. The Uchiha is gaining power. From the report, Hinata-chan did well on the written and accuracy but fell slightly on the speed. That will improve with the 4th top student, who had a score of 36.5, is Shikamaru Nara. Congrats on your son's achievement. He got a perfect score on the written portion and exceptional work with accuracy. He seemed to become lazy on the speed test, just like a typical male Nara. The Hokage had a huge smirk on his face as he took a jab at Shikaku. The Nara shook his head as he was happy for his son, although he wished he didn't get the male Nara curse. As everyone clapped at their fellow clan head member's child getting the top 5, Fugaku smirked even more as another competitor bit the dust. That Nara kid was another possible threat. With him out of the way, no one of these clan heads' children is going to win. The Sandame got the 3rd highest. He said, this one scored a 38 on his or her test. The report says that the person has great potential as the throwing ability is good but not the best, and the written test was a perfect. Now, as you remember, the top 3 get an unlimited library card where they are able to take out an unlimited amount of books for 2 academic years. So, congratulations to Sakura Haruno. It surprised many that Saya's daughter was actually going to take the test after Saya's early retirement. They congratulated her nonetheless. The Sandame held up the number 2 folder. I must admit that I love looking at future shinobi files. It makes me feel good when I look at all of your files when you were this age and see you all of you grown up. It makes me feel even older to be reading your children files. Now stop all the mushy stuff. The number 2 had an outstanding 39 points. The report from the ninjas read that he or she has a perfect written test and perfect speed. The accuracy of the throw was one off by a slight point. To be honest, if this is number 2, I'm anxious to see what the top score might be. The 2nd highest score is none other than Sasuke Uchiha. The Shinobi Council clapped as Fugaku turned red. It was not of happiness or pride. It was of hatred, resentment, detested, and most vividly anger. His anger was scaling off the charts. No! How can he not have the top spot? This has to be a trick. Yeah, that's it. A trick. Hiruzen could clearly see the anger and anguish in Fugaku's eyes. He inwardly smirked as he thought, yeah, I bet you thought your spawn was the best around. Ha! However, I am deeply interested in the number 1. Well, I guess it's time to find who the number 1 student is. His or her report reads that he or she might be the next coming of the Yondaime. I feel that is a stretch, though. The report also read that due to how accurate and how fast his or her throws were, they were forced to him or her to test again 25 times. This awed everyone but Fugaku. His hands couldn't stop shaking as this person could possibly be better than his child, and he couldn't have that. Danzo had a feeling as to who it was but kept his mouth shut. Sandame continued. The young one also had a perfect test score. His overall grade was a 39.9. The only reason it was not a perfect score was one of the ninjas never gives a 10, but it was still extremely impressive as no has gotten anything higher than a 9 before. So without further ado, the number 1 student is. The tension grew as the council wanted their children to be around this kid so they could learn from him, her, or in the Uchiha's case, kill him or marry her. The sandame's eyes went wide as he looked at the name. He could only utter one name. Naruto Uzumaki.